threats on himself. Because of that, he has always previously testified in wearing things to conceal his identity but allow his eyes to be seen. So the state is requesting for him to be able to wear that, to be able to hide things of his identity that aren't easily changeable, so as to protect his safety.
And that's the purpose that you gave me this case. It says something that I didn't, I haven't read it.
No, that is on a different issue. That was provided to defense counsel as well yesterday. There's been a discussion as to if they were going to stipulate to a portion of what the state would have to prove, or if the state was going to have to be able to get into all of the other areas regarding the gang affiliations and the other crimes committed by other gang members, which is what the case I provided to our state. So the state does have to prove multiple members, and that they are also committed and engaging in criminal acts.
And what authority do I have? Is there some case law where this happened before?
For Detective Polo to testify as such.
Yes.
He has testified twice in Judge Busan's courtroom wearing this same headgear in the case of the state of Florida versus, I don't know,
I was asking if there's any public case.
I have not seen any, Your Honor, on this specific issue. He testified before Judge Fine just last week wearing the same headgear in State of Florida versus Scott Peterson. The other one is State of Florida versus Trayvon Newsom. There's 3 other co-defendants as well on that case.
Well, Judge, first of all, regarding that, I would like to see the outfit that he is supposedly going to wear to disguise himself. It's a violation of the Confrontation Clause of the U.S. Constitution. And the state should have, with all due respect, filed a motion giving us notice of that prior to bringing it up. Concerning it, there are several issues concerning that. And the Confrontation Clause deals with the demeanor of the witness.
Can I stop you for a second?
Huh?
Can I stop you for a second?
Yes.
Regarding this particular witness, did you take his deposition?
We did take a step.
And was he wearing a mask then or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
He was, but
So let me stop. I'm just trying to figure out, is this the same type of mask that he wore then he's going to wear now?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think the court needs to see it because it covers his entire face other than his eyes. So the jury cannot see and observe his demeanor at all. At all.
I understand the court only wants to hear argument.
No, I was trying to figure, counsel said he wants to see what it was.
I really want the court to see it.
That's why I want to know if he took his deposition, if he's wearing a mask during the deposition.
I just wanted to clarify 2 things. Mr. Alstein is making the argument. One is that the record is clear that none of the threats that this witness, that were referred to by the state concerning this witness, have anything to do with this defendant or this case. The other is clarify that the state did not file a motion, but the state did give me notice yesterday evening. They raised the fact that this issue would be raised.
Okay, Your Honor, this is a photograph from...
I'd ask that you print that out and mark it as an exhibit.
I can't put it in color in the courtroom, but I'm happy that's a June 12th photo from the Broward County Courthouse where Detective Polo was testifying in a different case.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, can we approach Nash or Mom?
Investigation is Yes, sir. Please state your full legal name for the record. Danny Polo. Please spell your first and last name. TANNYPOLO.
And please have a seat.
Thank you.
Detective Polo, what's happened is you're wearing a mask now. Defendants have objected to that.
Yes, sir.
And state indicated that it's been done in other courtrooms and there's a target for it, I guess because of safety and security of Rhode Island, and specifically your safety and security. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
So I want to come in here, I want to take some testimony from the outside present to the jury just to verify all of this. So, Ms. Bradley, I want to then inquire.
Detective Polo, how long have you been employed?
With the Broward County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked in Broward County Sheriff's Office?
since 2015.
How long have you been assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division?
Since March of 2018.
In your time in the Strategic Investigations Division, or SAD, have you worked undercover operations?
Since that time and before.
And the undercover operations that you work, what type are they?
Majority of them are narcotics, firearms, violent crimes, gang-related investigations.
How many years did you spend specifically in the gang and organized crime section of the Strategic Investigations Division?
From March 2018 till 3 weeks ago.
Have there been credible threats on your life?
Yes.
Is there currently a credible threat on your life?
Yes.
In terms of is there an amount of money assigned to the death of you that has been offered up?
Approximately $50,000.
In terms of your safety and security, why do you wear the mask for those reasons?
To protect my family. So I'm not walking around Broward County, Palm Beach County, Dade County, anywhere, and get ambushed by someone that might be looking for me. We've done cell phone warrants on multiple people in Broward County involved in the investigation where I got a threat. And outside of that investigation, there's photographs of deputies being sent around, people trying to figure out who I am and what I look like. And that's a kind of a concern for me. If it was just one person, I'd probably just write it off. But yeah, after 5 or 6 cell phones got downloaded and there was pictures of many deputies being sent around saying, "Is this Danny Polo?" I'm like, okay, these guys are actually looking for me.
And so, Detective Polo, with regards to the prior times you testified in court, did you testify earlier this month before the Honorable Judge Martin filed?
Yes,
How were you attired?
I believe I was wearing this suit probably.
And in terms of your face, how was that?
Same mask.
Have you testified before the Honorable Judge Michael Uson in this courthouse?
Yes,
Was that in or around February and March of this year, 2023?
yes.
And what case was that on?
That was the XXX Tentacion case.
And that was the death of that individual?
Yes,
How many times did you testify in that case?
it was twice.
How were you attired when you testified then?
Different suit, same mask.
And in terms of during that particular testimony, were individuals trying to call your cell phone and get in contact with you during the actual testimony?
Yeah, that happened.
And was this testimony live streamed as well?
It was live streamed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Have any questions
Yes.
on this issue? Go ahead.
Yes. What time did you get to the courthouse today? Sit outside.
Just after 9 o'clock.
And were you wearing that mask?
No, sir.
In fact, you've been sitting out there for at least an hour unmasked as people were walking in and out, correct?
Correct.
Are you the only expert in dealing with gangs in DSI?
I believe I'm the only one that's testified as an expert at the Broward Sheriff's Office currently.
How about in the state of Florida? You know?
I'm sure there's other experts in the state of Florida.
And for the last hour, you've been right outside this courtroom where the doors are, correct?
Yes.
Unmasked,
Yes.
as people in this group including myself, were walking in and out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You weren't concerned about your safety then?
No one knows where I was out there. And I was under the impression I wasn't going to be allowed to wear the mask. So I took that on the chin.
And no further questions.
Thank you. So, detective or deputy, I'm sorry, which is it?
Detective Deputy,
Regarding, you're telling me that you have fear for your safety.
for my safety, but more for the safety of my family.
And that's if you're faced with broadcasting.
Yes, sir.
And you're indicating now that there's intelligence from BSO that there is some type of boundary placed on your life.
I intercepted it on a court-authorized wiretap through the state of through Broward County. It was a wire authorized by Judge Siegel with a gang investigation. During that investigation, there was conversations about placing a bounty on my head, upwards of $50,000. And since then, we've, as I stated before, recovered several cell phones in that investigation and other narcotics investigations, firearms investigations, an investigation in South Carolina that is tied to Broward, where photographs of deputies were sent with my name attached to it. People trying to figure out who I am, what I look like.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You step down, just wait outside.
Yes, sir.
We're resetting.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to go and see this witness.
Good. Time's ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, so a couple things. Number one is, there's three different events, I guess, took place this morning. We started off with the complaint about the TV crew and monitoring in-trial conversations between attorney and client. Jason came up initially and indicated that the microphone was sensitive and picks up everything, and whether that's right, and told him to remove it. Then afterwards, they came back with his producers, and in this case, they indicated that there is a meter on the microphone that will adjust its sensitivity, and they will adjust its sensitivity so it's not to pick up any discussion between counsel and client. They also indicated that they would not show the screen or take during the session at the camera pointing at defense counsel and or the defendant. It would only be at the jury entering and leaving the courtroom. And I thought that was a acceptable compromise with the understanding that they cannot capture any of the conversations, confidential, privileged communication between the attorney and client. That they would make sure that didn't happen. And they're also going to adjust the location of the microphone the way it's pointing. The second issue that came up was the mask, and the detective hello indicates he's a police officer detective, operates undercover. There's a bounty on his life, was picked up in wiretap communication, is feared for his safety of him and his family, and with the understanding this trial is being live streamed. I understand his fear for his safety. I understand the defense would be actually objection to overrule if we allow him to testify. This is something that I think, again, is trying to balance it. What we're doing, and my feeling is that based on testimony of the detective, that this is would be an acceptable way to proceed. And I understand the defense objection. The last thing has to do with the juror who's ill is Ms. Claudia Calzone. And again, as I indicated, she was admitted to the hospital. Defense counsel asked that we just wait for her and just adjourn, not be a session today, but I have no idea. This is the second hospitalization for her. She was not admitted the last time she was in the emergency room. And it was something that was, the way I understood it, dehydrated, something minor, fluid or something like that. But now she's admitted to the hospital. So it's a different situation. We have witnesses here, juries already asked us questions about how long the trial's taking and when we anticipate it's going to be resolved. So my thought is we're moving on. Is Claudia Alvizano Mena is going to be replaced by the alternate, whoever the first alternate. All right. So, you got your witness here?
Yeah, I think we could drive back the defense and let them also make sure they reviewed the evidence before the witness begins testifying. I also sent copies of all of the text messages and what she's relying upon as well. And so if there's any specific instances or any other changes in terms of the testimony of the defense, if they wanted to state provided the AK v. State case with regards to the fact that the state, as a requirement under this proceeding, has to prove that there are other individuals that are associated with a criminal street gang that are committing other such crimes. So the defense had mentioned stipulating at certain points. So before I call the witness, I wanted to make sure we had a final discussion before the state proceeds forward as follows.
Now, Judge, with respect to the theories, I think it takes the form of 3 separate sets of exchanges. I actually think it's 4, but 2 are subsumed within 1 exhibit. With respect to those, we maintain our objection that it lacks the foundation to be introduced. We presented the court with cases that for social media and text exchanges to be admitted, one party to that conversation needs to be brought in, or which is the preferable method, or there's some other method of establishing the receiver and sender, authenticating those communications to be what the state represents them to be, or the offering party, whoever it is. So we object on those grounds, lack of foundation, and hearsay.
Thank you. Well, this is a different hearsay objection. You're trying to offer the truth of the matter asserted.
Yes, Your Honor. In terms of that, there is case law and approach on the copy of the defense. State v. Torres 304 781. This was a case in which the Honorable Reinforced Field Board of Broward County bench excluded text messages and was found to be in error.
What's the exception here, Steve?
It is a statement by a party opponent. They are statements of the defendant. The other statements from the other parties involved give context to those responses from the defendant.
I'm concerned it being a statement of a party opponent, that's where it requires some authentication to establish that it is a statement of a party opponent. And I think the phone handle for each one of these texts is Sack Chaser Howard. Sack Chaser being the nickname, as we have indicated before, of one of the decedents. The phone is not registered in the name of our client, Mr. Dammons. The phone was not retrieved.
Are these all from the download? The extraction that was done?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're maintaining, again, that it's not his phone. So, and that's why previously, you said it was hearsay objection. I overruled that because it goes to who's using and controlling the phone, circumstantial evidence of that. That's why I let it in previously. You're saying that you want to demonstrate or document that it's his phone, and You're going to show some of these texts or emails, and then we'll see where it goes. We'll make your objection, we'll see where it goes.
Okay. So that was with respect to the admissibility of it. Also, I think the state has just made a comment of trying to shift to the defense the burden of establishing the relevance of that which it proposes to introduce in evidence. Instead, we have here about 200 plus pages of document. The defense can go through and tell me what they don't want me to include. That's not how it works. They have to establish the relevance of each one of those communications in order to introduce them. So again, we take exception and object to this reversal of role. The proponent of testimony has to establish its relevance to introduce it. The state is saying, let the defense tell us what they don't like and we'll consider taking it out. That's not how it should work. That is an ominous and unreasonable burden on the court and on the defense to go through and ferret out that which is not relevant. They have to establish its relevance. So we would respectfully request that. I think the state indicated earlier that each one of these communications has to be gone through, and that's why this witness is going to take as long as they said it's going to take. And so when they do it piecemeal, we'd be in a position to make our objections as the evidence is being adduced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's bring the jury in. Get your witness, please. Oh.
One more thing, I think the state yesterday had proposed to us the alternative of clearing the courtroom and letting this witness testify unmasked, and we think that would be much preferable to the masked situation.
Thank you. Then again, the news media has a right to be here as well. That's my concern, is you're trying to just a balancing thing. I understand that was, I thought Mr. Adelstein indicated that there was something that was preferable to him. I read the time. We'll move it forward.
Is the court going to give any type of spirit of instruction?
Yeah, excuse me 1 second. Hold on. You got some instruction number with
Yes, Your Honor. I think we would have to include that the court has made a determination that bounds the inputs of the defendant's constitutional right to confrontation is superseded by the media's right to be in the courtroom. And therefore, he's being allowed to testify in a mask. But those are the two interests that are being balanced. The defendant's constitutional right to confrontation and have the jury have an opportunity to discern the credibility of the witness versus the right of the media to have a camera in the courtroom. And so we would want that to be a component of any instruction that's given to the jury, and we'd like time to craft one because the court has ruled, and we'd like to come up with one proposal.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can we have some?
Now, counsel, do you have a something short and sweet? You know, you make a recommendation. I don't want this to go on for an hour. It's already 10:30.
I understand, sir, but this is extremely important. And we would ask for a 5-minute recess so we can fashion something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll do it 5 minutes. Now,
have not agreed. No.
I didn't see councils. I have some proposed instructions that I provided, and I'll read out loud for the court. Based on the court's ruling, the next witness will testify wearing a mask. You are to listen and read the evidence as you would any other witness.
Thank you. Can I see that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And you have one?
We'd just like to say that would be impossible to do. Our proposed instruction is the court has ruled that the next witness will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to observe the demeanor and facial expressions of witnesses in determining their credibility. And obviously, you will not be able to do so in this case. You are permitted to take the compromise of your ability to view the witness's facial expressions into account in deciding how much weight to attribute to his testimony. He is being allowed to testify in this fashion because the court has determined that the interest of the media in being present outweighs the defendant's constitutional right to face-to-face confrontation with witnesses against him.
Thank you.
That would be it.
All right, counsel, respectfully, I'm not, wouldn't be giving that instruction to the jury. All right, let's bring the jury in. Jury entering. No, thank you. Seated, let the record reflect the defendant, defendants, counsel, the assistant attorneys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. First of all, sorry for the delay. That's my fault. No one else was, and I apologize for that. Based on the court's ruling, the next witness will be testifying wearing a mask. You are to listen and to view and weigh this evidence as you would any other witness. All right, is this your next witness?
Yes, sir. The state would call Detective Danny Fuller.
So you want to stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn?
Yes, sir.
You solemnly swear or affirm that testimony is given to the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
State your full legal name for the record.
Danny Polo.
Spell your first and last name for the full report.
First name's D-A-N-N-Y. Last name P-O-L-O.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that microphone in front of you, just up or down, but not back and forth, all right?
Yes, sir.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
You may.
Good morning, Detective Fuller. How are you today?
Good morning. Well,
Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm a detective with the Broward County Sheriff's Office. My name is Danny Polo.
Prior to working with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement background?
I worked for the City of Hollywood Police Department.
And how long did you work with the state of Hollywood?
Approximately 2 years.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office now?
Since 2015, so approximately 8 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what division or unit you were assigned to currently?
I'm assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division.
What does Strategic Investigations Division, or SID for short, cover for the Sheriff's Office?
Within the Strategic Investigations Division, within SID, we have multiple county-wide units, such as Major Narcotics Unit, Organized Crime Unit, Gang Investigations Unit, Money Laundering Unit, Internet Crimes Against Children, Joint Terrorism Task Force, Bomb Squad.
So with regards to the SID, you do undercover investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you're wearing a mask today?
In part, yes.
So going to the Gangs and Organized Crime Unit, what years were you assigned to that specific unit?
I was transferred to the Organized Crime Unit in March of 2018, and I was there up until about January of 2021.
Pause just a moment.
We are very grateful.
Okay, Detective Polisar, we left off, you were talking about you've been in the Gang and Organized Crime Unit since 2018?
Yes, March 2018, I was transferred to the Organized Crime.
Prior to going to the Organized Crime Unit, did you have a background in gang investigations?
Yes, I've been gang liaison for the city of Deerfield Beach since approximately, say, the end of 2015.
And were you ever part of the Multi-Agency Gang Task Force, or MAGTAF?
Yeah,
What is that?
it's a countywide task force with multiple agencies, not just Broward County. The way Broward County Sheriff's Office is divided up into different districts. So the city of Deerfield Beach is its own district, Pompano Beach is its own district. All those districts have assigned liaisons that are to communicate with the gang investigations unit, as well as liaisons for other jurisdictions such as Sunrise PD or Hollywood PD, the non-Broward Sheriff's Office districts.
And what are the investigational goals or aims of the Multi-Agency Gang Task Force?
Gang reduction, reducing gang violence, reaching out to the youth and trying to stop it before it starts, and just gang investigations.
So for the last approximately 3 weeks, where have you been assigned?
I was just transferred locally to the Money Laundering Task Force.
And as part of the Money Laundering Task Force, do you still have an aspect of organized crime and gang violence that you focus on?
Yes, it all overlaps. The only difference is I'm not working the money laundering aspect of these criminal enterprises and gangs.
In terms of during your time from 2018 to 2023 in the organized crime and gang unit, how many times did you have a chance to work as an undercover agent?
I lost count. Many times I've done everything from street level narcotics deals all the way up to international narcotics trafficking cases, firearms cases, stolen property cases.
More than 10?
Yeah,
More than 50?
yeah.
Are you also credentialed by any other law enforcement agencies?
I am a task force officer with the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, and I'm also a task force agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Explosives, that's ATF.
And in terms of your responsibilities for those two agencies, what are they?
As part of being a task force officer for the DEA, I can conduct federal investigations related to narcotics. I can, instead of just charging, investigating cases on the state side and going through the state attorney's office or state prosecutor's office, I can file cases with the United States Attorney's Office like any other federal agent would. We have the same powers. And with the ATF, it's the same thing. The powers of the ATF would be with firearms violations. So I can work firearms investigations on the federal level.
Okay, so you talked about doing gang investigations. What does a gang investigation entail?
You initially start, a lot of times you start by, you get complaints from the neighborhood, or whatever neighborhood is being affected by gang violence, or just you observe shootings that are happening in a certain area, and you start looking into it to see if it's random or if there's something more organized going on. A lot of times we find that these violent crimes are being committed by members of criminal gangs, and once we've identified the criminal gang, the main goal is to identify which criminal gang it is, that way we know how to approach it. Some gangs are more structured than others. Some are very informal and don't have much structure at all.
So Detective Phil, if we could just go on a little bit on that, as the types of criminal gangs.
Sure.
Can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what would be a national organized criminal gang?
The national, they're called national gangs because they're found in multiple states. Doesn't mean every single state will have every single one of these gangs. So, like, most people see it on TV, Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, the Mafia, biker gangs, motorcycle gangs. These are national gangs. They have chapters, sets, they call them sets or lineups in multiple states, multiple jurisdictions, all over the country.
So Detective Foley, you also mentioned that sometimes they're a little less organized. Could you explain what a neighborhood street gang or hybrid gang is?
Neighborhood street gang is just that. When you have a neighborhood that hasn't, you have a group of 3 or more individuals involved in criminal activity, ongoing criminal activity, and they decide to take on common hand signs, colors, symbols, clothing, anything to unify them to show that they are a group. And they operate sometimes within a city, or they can operate within multiple jurisdictions, but they're working together and they've adopted these common identifiers. These gangs sometimes eventually will report to or turn into national gangs. But for the most part, there's many neighborhood street gangs. You can have one neighborhood, 10 by 10 blocks of neighborhood where you have 5 different gangs operating within that neighborhood. They might get along, they might not get along.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of time or resources that you put into a gang investigation, how long does it take?
We work every case differently because some of these cases require years of investigation because they might be very, very structured, or just have a lot of financial support due to whatever crime they're committing, and those can be a little harder to tackle. So you have to invest a lot more time, a lot more money, a lot more resources into dismantling this type of organization. Some of the more disorganized gangs, it's a little easier. You can go out there and find out, first of all, what crime they're committing, whether it's robberies, burglaries, narcotics trafficking, or just low-level narcotic sales, firearms trafficking, like firearms sales. And then if they're very disorganized, it's easy. You just work individuals instead of the entire organization. You just start picking off different individuals, get criminal charges on the people you can, identify who within these less organized gangs has the most a stronger presence, because there's always someone who's not necessarily in charge, but the person that has the most respect. You start trying to dwindle it down so that the violence stops. That's the main concern, is the violence.
So Detective Polo, what training and education do you have in the area of gang and gang organization?
At this point, I think I'm probably upwards of 500 hours of just specialized training in gangs, organized crime and money laundering. Like I said, it all kind of intersects. These are trainings that come all over the state.
Do you have any certifications in the area of gang investigations and specialists?
So I have a advanced gang specialist certification from the Florida Gang Investigators Association, and I have a gang specialist certification from the National Gang Academy.
Can you explain how you are certified and what requirements you have to pass before you can be certified by the Florida Gang Investigators Association?
Every year, the Florida Gang Investigators Association holds conferences. During this week-long conference, they put on a multitude of classes. They bring in either reformed gang members or gang members that are currently in custody. We can do interviews with them. They'll teach you about what it was like for them to join these different types of gangs, why they join these different types of gangs, the risk factors for the youth, how they think, the gang mentality, so that way we can better understand how to approach gang members when we're working with them. Because a lot of times we're not just arresting them, we're also trying to, in a way, befriend them so that they maybe understand to stop doing what they're doing, because they're either going to end up dead or in jail, and neither one is good for anyone.
So you mentioned that you've done the training. What about in terms of hands-on investigative experience? Can you list for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different specific gang organizations you have investigated?
So, for most people in the general public wouldn't realize it, but Broward County and many cities, counties have huge gang problems. They just operate under the radar. Broward County has almost every gang you can think of, from the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, Star 13, which is a Hispanic gang that originated on the West Coast, Marteños, another Hispanic gang, outlaw motorcycle gangs, different gangs within the outlaw motorcycle gangs, not just one specific group.
Have you investigated, for example, white supremacy groups as a gang or organized crime?
White supremacy groups, yes. I mean, they operate way under the radar. They try to. They're very strange groups.
So you mentioned Bloods, and that's what I want to focus on.
Sure.
Personally, how many Blood gang-related investigations have you done?
Specific investigations or suspects?
Suspects, sorry.
This last year, probably, or 30.
430?
No, over 30.
Over 30. Okay.
Just maybe this last year.
And that's just in 2022?
Yes.
Oh. Have you ever testified in court on the subject of gangs and gang violence?
Yes, I testified in state and federal court.
Approximately how many times?
Maybe 6 times.
In terms of the sources of knowledge on gangs, you mentioned a couple at the conference, the interviews with documented gang members. Could you tell us a little bit more about those type of interviews and the different types that are out there?
So, as gang investigators, we gain this knowledge not just through doing search warrants and finding documents that these gang members, that these gangs generate. They create documents with their creeds, their codes, their oaths, the rules, bylaws, all that. There's a lot to learn from that, because it's written documents that they pass on from member to member. Because like every organization has rules, right? The sheriff's office has rules. You work for Publix has rules. They have a code of conduct. They have a way you have to dress. They have appearance guidelines. It's the same thing with gangs. It's no different. The national gangs have that a lot more structured. Some of these, we call them Bibles, gang Bibles. They are very lengthy. Some can be over 100 pages. So we learned a lot from those. The other side is interviewing and speaking with gang members. Sometimes it's gang members that we interview because they decide to cooperate with law enforcement to avoid either being prosecuted or to get a lesser sentence, so for working on charges. Sometimes we interview gang members on an arrest. They don't want to cooperate with law enforcement. They don't want to reduce their charges. They don't care. They're okay with going to jail or seeing how the legal system works out. And, you know, if you build a good enough rapport with them, which is the main goal, speak kindly to everyone, speak politely, treat everyone like a human being. I've had great success in interviewing many, I wouldn't even be able to tell you how many gang members.
Can you explain what is a field interview or FI card?
Field interview is it's done commonly in the field. You approach someone on the street, maybe committed a traffic infraction, some kind of infraction, and you make contact with them, or it could be consensual, you just see someone you want to talk to, approach them, talk to them. If they don't want to talk to you, walk away, that's fine. But like I said, if you treat people with respect, most of the time they'll talk to you.
When you're doing a field interview, what types of data are you collecting or aggregating at that point?
First thing I do if I'm talking to someone is as I'm gathering their information, if they decide to give me their information. You know, there's times people will decide to talk to you, but they won't give you their name, and that's fine. But I'll be looking at their person, at their body, to see if they have any tattoos, if they're wearing any specific colors, especially if I know that they belong to a specific gang. So if I see a member of a neighborhood street gang that wears military colors, right, camouflage, then and I see a person walking in this neighborhood where primarily this is what they wear, and I decide to make contact with them, and they decide to talk to me, then I'll start noting those things. Okay, he's wearing a bandana with camouflage colors, or he's wearing a belt with camouflage colors, or he's got this type of tattoo that's indicative of this gang. So even if they don't talk too much, sometimes their body tells you a lot. The way they're dressed, the way they stand, all those things are things you take into account.
You mentioned some times people would testify. Do you review testimony of various criminal cases across the country for gang information?
Yeah, we review testimony of gang members that are testifying in court. We review testimony, not even just testimony, we review indictments and indictments on the Fed side, on the federal side, and the state side, and read about these gangs and how they're investigated. And we learn about the different types of ways that the gangs operate in different parts of the county, the different parts of the state. Because just because you're a member of the Bloods doesn't mean that the Bloods operate the same in every city, or every county, or every state. The rules are the written rules, but the rules are best.
So with regard to, you also mentioned intercepted communications, like wiretap. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a wiretap and how you use it in a gang investigation?
Wiretap is a lengthy process where you first identify someone who's committing criminal acts. So in the case of a gang member who's committing criminal acts, they're involved in criminal activity. And once you've developed enough probable cause to believe that they are using the phone to conduct this criminal activity, you start drafting a whole wire access application, very lengthy document. It's not an overnight thing. You see on TV where you just ask a judge for a signature and they give it to you. You have to show that you have exhausted every means of investigating this person or this game. So you can't just go up on this person's phone and start listening to their communications. You have to say, you have to be able to explain that you weren't able to conduct an investigation because surveillance was impossible. Because let's say on a game case, the neighborhood is controlled by a game. You can't do surveillance in these neighborhoods sometimes. As soon as you walk in, or drive in, they'll know your car doesn't belong. And they'll get approached. Many times that's happened to me.
So Detective Polo, specifically on wiretaps, once a wiretap is authorized, what do you have to do for the communications that are intercepted?
You pick a schedule based on the person's activity. So if the person is on the phone 24 hours a day, then you try to cover 24 hours a day of communications where someone is sitting inside a room on a computer just monitoring live phone calls. As the person makes a phone call or hits a phone call, you are getting that phone call too, you're listening to it, you're identifying whether it's criminal in nature. If it is criminal in nature, you continue to listen. If at any point in the conversation it becomes non-criminal in nature and they start talking about, the basketball game or what they're doing over the weekend, then you stop listening. It's called minimizing. You turn off the call and you follow the rules of minimization. So you spot check the call at that point. Then you check the call. The rules are different for every case, so I can't say it's this minute here, this minute there. But you would stop listening for a certain amount of time, the rules that were determined by the prosecutors, and then you begin listening again. If you start listening again, you hear evidence of criminal communications, and you continue to listen for the amount of time that they're.
So Detective Polo, for a wiretap, how many hours do you think, can you tell the story you've spent listening to criminal conversations on wiretap?
Hundreds, if not thousands.
Is there a special vocabulary that you learned during the course of listening to wiretaps?
So every gang, every culture has their own way of speaking. So a lot of gangs come up with codes, code words. Some organizations or gangs have the same thing, and you have to decipher them basically. With gangs, in these Bibles, they sometimes put their codes, and it's easier to identify certain what certain things mean. So they might be speaking in slang, but we know what they're saying because we either have basically a dictionary that they've created that we already have possession. Context. We start understanding what they're talking about.
Okay, so then it's a good segue to go into, you mentioned the Bibles and things. Have you had the opportunity as a gang to conduct search warrants and see some of these prints?
Yes.
Could you explain some of the things that you've gotten out of, like, for example, email accounts?
Yeah, so a lot of gangs that are sending these Bibles around, they don't want these Bibles, these books of knowledge. They call them knowledge. They don't want these things in the hands of law enforcement. They don't want law enforcement to understand their inner workings. And sometimes every couple of years they'll revamp their books of knowledge and they'll change their codes. They'll change a lot of rules. The original history with books of knowledge is going to remain the same. Right? You can't change the date the organization of the gang was established. It was established in 1996. It was established in 1996. You can't change that with your Bible, but you can change your codes. You can change the language you're using. You can change some of your rules depending on what's been going on in the world. It's a lot of gangs. Most national gangs were started a long time ago in the 60s and 70s, and they were racially divided. Now, they're not. Now you have white, people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, all working together in the same gang that used to just be a black-only gang or a white-only gang, not including white supremacy gangs and stuff like that. Those are
Okay, so you mentioned sometimes it's seized through email accounts and search on that. What about the interception of cell phones or extractions of cell phones from known or suspected gang members?
So if we have enough probable cause to seize a cell phone during an investigation, and it's let's say a cell phone, we'll do a download of that cell phone, make a copy of it basically, and we can go through the content of that cell phone. Sometimes we can do the entire phone, sometimes just specific things that you're looking for. And in those phones, it contains, a lot of times it'll contain photographs of these books of knowledge, because that's how they're also sending it to each other. So this oath, here's a picture of my knowledge, or it's just communications back and forth, just texting each other and explaining to each other, this is what you need to know when you talk to this next person who's going to quiz you on your knowledge. If you don't know your knowledge on these national gangs, there's usually some repercussions. Maybe early on in the game when you're brand new, they take it a little easy on you, but as time progresses, the more time spent in these games, you're expected to know these things off the top of your head, and you can't mess up.
So when you say things you're supposed to know off the top of your head, are there questions and required responses?
Yeah, so that's something that a lot of games do. It almost feels like they all kind of copy each other. There will be greetings, and the greeting has a specific response. And the purpose of that is to know if someone is really a member of this gang. So a lot of times gangs have national gatherings where they'll host a large event for all the gang members in the country. Whoever wants to come, to just come, meet, socialize, and network with other members of this organization. So as an example, there's a Bloods gang, Blood Sec called 5-9 Brims. They host their national day on May 9th, because May is the 5th month. They're the 5-9 Brims. So May 9th, 5-9, it's all symbolic, right? So they'll meet up, and they'll usually go on videos, on live streams, and post up these events. Just everyone's wearing their colors, and you'll hear a lot of the language, you'll hear a lot of the slang, and that's another way that we pick up on how these games operate.
So technical, you're telling us, juror, that people go and put criminal gang activity online.
Oh, the criminal gang activity would be the crimes. They're not, maybe sometimes they post up the crimes on YouTube to show that they're strong, or to instill fear in neighborhoods. But sometimes they're just showing their presence. Hey, we're here, this is who we are, this is what we wear, and don't forget that we're here. They're not necessarily doing anything illegal in those videos, they're just, it's a gathering.
Is it illegal to be a member of a gang?
No.
How would you differentiate a criminal street gang versus the sheriff's office? Y'all wear the same uniform, you have a hierarchy at the sheriff's office. How would you differentiate that from a criminal street gang?
So the definition per the statute, Florida state statute, and most of the statutes across the country read the same. It's a group of 3 or more persons with common signs, symbols, colors, identifiers, who are, as the primary activity, are engaged in criminal activity. So the key word is, as part of their primary activities, they are conducting criminal activities. Doesn't mean all their activities are criminal activities, but a good portion of them are.
So going back to a little bit more of your training and experience, you mentioned about the conferences and trainings that you've done. Approximately how many of those have you attended while you've been in the gang unit?
I think my first conference was in 2016. I've attended every conference since then. The next conference is this August. I'll be attending the national conference in Chicago. I'll be teaching the courses at that conference.
Can anyone sign up for that conference?
People in prosecutors, attorneys, law enforcement, corrections officers, victim advocates, youth counselors.
So how many times have you taught at those types of conferences in the past?
This will be my first time teaching at the conference. I teach at the Broward County Sheriff's Office. We teach the new recruits, the new deputies are coming in. We teach them about the gangs that we have in Broward County so that they're not oblivious to what's going on around them. We'll show them a map of which gangs operate in which areas, what to look out for, hand signs, identifiers, tattoos. So that's something we teach to our recruits. We teach, I taught at the Broward College at the Police Academy, where we taught the school resource officers, because gang involvement begins at a very young age for the most part. Most gang members join their gangs at early ages, 11, 12, 13, they're recruited very young. So school resource officers need to know what to look for so they can stop juvenile gangs from forming, because a lot of times these juvenile gangs that are starting in school will then expand and join larger neighborhood gangs or national gangs, and then that's when you start having problems, because the juvenile gang members have something to prove, and they usually get a little more violent.
So you also mentioned some of the social media content before. Are there individuals who put out videos or commentary about gang activities?
Yeah, we're in the era of social media, so everything's on social media right now. Gang members across the country are posting stuff that probably would have never been posted years ago. Their knowledge, history, things they did when they were incarcerated, how the gangs were formed, the leaders and the founders of these gangs that are now no longer in prison, do podcasts and talk about how the gangs were formed, when they were formed, who did what, and what kind of violence they had to commit, why they were created, whether they were created because they needed to form to protect themselves against another gang, or whether it was just they unified based on race or based on location, geographical links. We have that here in South Florida. So this is all publicly available, and it's national leaders and national founders of these gangs that are putting out these videos, as well as just regular gang members on the street that are not of any special rank. They post up videos if they find out someone is claiming to be a blood or a crip, and they're not. They'll find them on social media to get views, and some of these confrontations turn into physical assaults. People get called out for being for false flagging. That's what they call false flagging, just pretending to be, claiming to be part of the gang.
Okay, and so I think the last aspect of gang knowledge that we might discuss is the undercover investigation.
Yes.
Could you explain briefly how those are conducted and what types of information is brought back?
So we do undercover investigations on most gangs that we can do them with pretty much almost any gangs. So some gangs are a little trickier than others based off what the requirements are. Obviously, very organized gangs do background checks sometimes, stuff like that. That makes it a little more difficult. But we've infiltrated gangs. We have detectives within the Broward Sheriff's Office and within the other agencies that we work with. We've actually infiltrated gangs, been blessed into these gangs, become gang members, been put on the national books, and no one knows. I mean, that's we can't see those names, but
Understood. Is this something that's done for like the blood, the Crips, as well as the Mafia and things that's been done for many years in this particular area of investigation.
Yeah, the Mafia is a great example. That was done a long time ago with the Mafia. It's been done with Bloods, Crips, outlaw motorcycle gangs have been infiltrated multiple times. Most recently, we infiltrated several blood gang sets. We have several detectives that are blood gang members.
Did
They're
they,
undercover lives.
did they bring back and share the knowledge with the other members of the Organized Crime and Gang Task Force?
That's the best part of Rocco's investigation. In fact, it's not just that we gain this intelligence, but we corroborate everything that we're getting from either informants or from people that just want to talk to us on the street. We're not just taking their word for it. They're telling us exactly what to do. Hey, you need to learn X, Y, Z. By the next time we meet again, you need to learn this oath. You need to know this handshake. You need to know what to wear. You need to know what to say when you meet this guy. You're going to meet the next boss up, because everything it's organizational. So you're going to meet the next person up, and they're going to keep quizzing you. They're going to find out where you are in your process with the game. So if you're a very young gang member, not an age, but young in the gang, you might have some leeway. But we've had those instances where we're meeting other gang members and our undercover might have asked up the handshake, and everyone just kind of freezes. So looking at that person, like, who is he? Because that's the first thing we should have known. How did he mess that one up? And that we kind of have to recover from that. Little things. So these are things that have corroborated all this information that we gained from phones, emails, social media, interviews. That's the icing on the cake for us.
Here I'm just going to tender for defense to go out there in the area of expertise and gaining knowledge. And
Thank you. Council, before we do, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case, no form of opinion about the case, Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The juries in the jury room regarding the two messages that I received from one of the jurors. I don't know how you want to proceed. The second message, we just took a break right away. She just said she needed a moment. So I don't know what you want me to do.
Okay. We have a list of proposals in order.
You talk to the state about anything?
no, not yet.
No, I know the state's okay with the first, which is allow this for the court to reconsider its position with respect to this witness testifying with a mask. The state had indicated to me yesterday that they would agree to him testifying without a mask. And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that he anticipated that's what he would have to do. And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number one that should be employed.
So I think the problem with that logic is that it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was wronged by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, is we have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, the first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that is of concern and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of this gangs was addressed, and she passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is the second message that the juror sent over that's wrong. But, so the record's clear, it says, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed, and I am having an anxiety attack. So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to council.
Sure.
And that's a story that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand. But
That's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And, you know, she just needs a moment. Maybe we just, you know, send them to lunch now and not worry about it. But I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow the law and whatever happens. I mean, I don't know if she's already on the jury. She's already been accepted. Ask all your questions. I think we've crossed that bridge already.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm concerned. And I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the folks' concern, but the question is, what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that. But it can't be gangs, because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Okay. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be, the first of her two notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Which goes to the heart of the confrontation clause. And also lets us know that her concern is the mask. And the jury instruction that was proposed by the state and accepted by the court doesn't address the question at all. It says, consider him like everybody else. Well, how are they going to do that? They're going to be instructed the way that they consider him as judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected, and we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that, such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why. That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which is, as brought out during Mr. Alicine's questioning earlier, the state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated this problem. I think Mr. Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which has been selected and is seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights of the media, of the state to have an expert who, or a witness who could have been, and when they could have chosen any other expert. But our third proposition would be that we take a break and address this after lunch, after the jurors had an hour or so, and we then bring her in and see what her problem is. If it's not the mask, I'd be highly surprised, but maybe that's the first step. But we'd ask the court first to reconsider, and second, to reconsider letting him testify in this fashion, and second, to reconsider reading an instruction that gives the jury a little bit more than he's testifying in a mask, let's continue.
if you have an instruction that's agreed to, I don't really have an issue with it. My issue was the way you drafted and crafted this instruction is that I'm telling the jury that I'm looking at the media's right to be here over his right to confront his accuser, and that's not the way the way it was crafted and worded to me was not the right way to handle it, and I wasn't going to do it.
Okay.
All right, so the second issue that you had is having no witness, and it was a testify without a mask. I don't have any issue with discussing that further with the witness. I did this because he told me he was in fear for his safety and his family's safety, and this is what he does for a living, and I made my decision based upon that because this is being live streamed. I don't know whether or not he would how he feels about it, and I guess that's subject to further discussion. As far as taking a break, I think that's the best way to handle it. We'll take a break, give the juror an opportunity to go have lunch, and once she comes back, the first order of business that we can do is to talk to that juror about how she feels and whether she's able to continue. If everybody's okay with that, that's the way we do it. We'll proceed. Just see how she feels. If she's not suffering from anxiety anymore, if it's strictly an issue of the mask, then we'll know where that stands and we'll address it. And I can ask the witness then how he feels. So we'll take it one at a time. All right. So let's do this. We're going to take our lunch and recess now. Any objection, Gary? I told the jurors not to discuss the case. Just tell the jury to come back at, let's say, 1:15, all right? Or 1:30. Let's say 1:30, right? Give her a chance to relax. And jurors back at 1:30, okay? And so,
And back at 1 or 1:15?
Quiet.
Attorney to be back at 1 or 1:15?
I want some further discussion with you because counsel raised an issue about these text messages that are on the phone, and I'd like to see about getting some clarification for that, all right? So, Gary, you tell the jury to proceed back at 1:30, all right?
Okay, and there's one other thing, maybe, and I figured the last part of the jury instruction would be that with which the court took exception. That's why I put it at the end, so it could be easily excised. We do propose that as the proper instruction, but we'd like maybe to copy the rest of what we have proposed so that the court can look at it over the break and the state can look at it over the break. I have excised that last portion and maybe we'd be better informed to discuss it upon return.
That's fine. So regarding this witness, let's just, I don't know what the documents are, but I'd like to proper, basically how this is getting in. I understand there's an extraction, and I understand that was done, but I haven't seen what your proposal or the summary from the extraction was.
Here, I have this. If you want to look at them over lunch, we can have to provide them.
Sure. You gave a copy of this to counsel?
Yes, ma'am. These would be the ones I'd be trying to introduce as the color copies. They're the easiest to read.
So these are for what you intend to introduce at the time of trial.
Yes,
All right?
there's also.
And so counsel's objection basically was, and again, to reiterate, I let the extraction in because it was taken from the phone. The defense position is that there's no indication that it's the defendant, Jamell Demons' phone, and your position was that what's on the phone is evidence of who's had care, custody, control, and using the phone. Am I understanding the argument correctly?
Correct, yeah. And so those messages go to show that as well. So there are some, for example, some pictures and things where pictures of the defendant and the other person involved in the chat are talked about. That they're acknowledging that is who is communicating with one another. One of those photos has already been introduced. That was the photo that was authenticated by Felicia Holmes. That was the photo of the defendant and Frederick Gibbons, which is also known as Frito Bang. That is the approximately 50-page statement that you have in front of you. Other ones include, there's photos of the defendant with other individuals that are identified, and they're also cross-referenced with the emails that are sent to the defendant's email and retrieved on that same phone, as well as hundreds of photos, selfies, screenshots of the defendant using that phone.
With respect to the authentication, Your Honor, I think there's a little bit more nuance to our argument, which is it's not sufficient to say that the defendant used that phone at some point. I think there's ample evidence that that phone was used by more than one person. And the most poignant and striking evidence of that is that the phone comes back to the name Sack Chaser Howard. What that means, I know that my phone doesn't come back with the name Christine Bradley because I wouldn't do that. And I think that is a clear indicator that that phone was being used by others. And so the issue is not whether or not, if we can show that it was used by Mr. Demons at some time, everything comes in. The issue is if you want to get in conversation A, prove that conversation A, lay the foundation for conversation A. Prove that conversation A was being had between Mr. Demons and somebody else, and that would be at least some measure of authentication. The case law does indicate that one of the two parties to the conversation is the way to go, and that's the way to authenticate it, but it's not exclusive. But each single conversation as it's coming in should be authenticated, because the fact that the phone was passed around and used by several others, we have presented the court with evidence that that phone was being used while Mr. Demons was in custody. We know it's being used by several other people. It's not in his name and it wasn't recovered from him. And so the issue isn't whether or not he's ever used it. The issue is each conversation that you're trying to put in, authenticate it, lay the proper foundation so that we're not risking misleading this jury.
Thank you. And counsel, this is on this extraction report is all on the phone with the 9807 phone number, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor, and just go,
And that's the subscriber of that was Jamie King.
yes, the defendant's mother.
It's the information that is from T-Mobile, I forget the exhibit number, but which had the subscriber showed that this 9807 line was signed or used by Mr. Dennis, the defendant.
There's other information that the state has introduced, including the phone receipt in which Mr. Demons is identifying that as his personal phone number.
I realize that, but I'm trying to go back to this subscriber information. I thought that and I don't have it in front of me, but the plan was a family plan or something, and Ms. Jamie King had one phone, is that correct? And Mr. Demons had a different phone?
There are multiple phones on that plan, including one of the victim's phones that was used by the victim. Mr. Anthony Williams was on that same phone plan that Ms. King was paying for, but the defendant was using. And so in terms of any evidence that anyone else was using that phone, Your Honor, there's been proffers of things that were supposedly be said by the defense. However, there is no evidence before Your Honor that anyone else other than the defendant used that phone. And I'd be happy to put together over lunch a compilation of every single one of the screenshots that the defendant took on almost every FaceTime call that includes him in this small box would be indicative of who is using that phone and the other individuals that he is calling as the larger picture.
Some of the evidence is before you now, which is Mr. Williams, who was also on that plan, was also using that phone. His nickname is Sack Chaser. Right before you, you will notice that all of those messages are coming from Sack Chaser. I'm not claiming that that means that all of those messages are from him. I am saying it's proof is positive that the phone was being used by him at times, or that would never have materialized in that way. And this notion that you go to a pawnbroker, yes, maybe the day that Mr. Demons was at the pawnbroker, he gave that phone number because he knew it was one he could reach. Just like last night when I went to go buy face cream for my wife, they asked, do you have a number with us? And I gave them her number because that's the number that is associated with our Walgreens account to get credits. And when I go to Total Wine and they ask me, I give my number. And that's how that works. And so the fact that he may have identified that as a phone that he could be contacted at when he did a certain pawn transaction is not dispositive proof that he's the exclusive user of that phone. The fact that Sack Chaser's name is associated with that phone is dispositive proof that he was using that phone. And the fact that the phone was being used after Mr. Demons was incarcerated is also dispositive proof that the phone was being used by others. And the way that we can solve this is that the state can lay the foundation for each conversation they want to get in. And if they can't, it means they don't have the proof that it is him. If they can, then they do have the proof, and it should be admitted. But that's all we have.
Thank you. And the phone itself, when was the extraction done?
The extraction was done February of 2019, I believe February 23rd or 28th, I don't remember exactly, it's on the analysis. The report that is generated, which is what's put in evidence, is generated in June of 2019. This was the phone that the defendant's manager brought to the state attorney's office and was identified during that conversation by the defendant's manager as being the defendant's phone that he was given after the defendant went into custody. There are multiple messages and things that I'm happy to show the court that item is in evidence, and I can put together a composite over lunch to show exactly the number of times the defendant is pictured on that phone, including the various accounts that have already been introduced, such as the Snapchat account, the email accounts, of which we have the Apple records and the certification on that. For those phones, that it comes back to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com. And that email address, in the terms of when that was created, all of that is also subject to the search warrant, specifically which this witness looked at, which we can talk about the creation date of the account, which predates any of the activities in this case and all of the names that are associated with it of Jamell Demons.
So you're telling me the phone was turned over to the state attorney's office or the police on or about the date when Mr. Demons was arrested?
No, Mr. Demons turned himself in on February 13th of 2019. About 2 weeks later, his manager came to the state attorney's office to give a sworn statement and brought the phone with him. The passcode,
Mr. Francois?
Mr. Francois. The passcode to access that phone was given by this defendant in a jail call that I have, like I mentioned previously, to his mother, where he's telling her how to and what code is associated with the phone. That is how the state attorney's office, with the help of law enforcement, was able to get the full extraction that we have, because this defendant, on a reported jail call, gave the passcode to his mother.
A couple of things you're in retort. One is if Mr. YNW Melly is like any other artist, the person who does their bookings is their manager, the person who had phone in hand. So if it's coming back to YNW Melly booking, that would suggest that it's the manager who has possession of that phone. The other thing that suggests he had possession of the phone is he had possession of the phone and he turned it over. Now, the fact that Mr. Demons knows the passcode is, again, not proof dispositive. That phone was being used by others while he was incarcerated. So other people clearly knew the password to the phone, or they could not have used it. And third, I'm not sure that Mr. Francois coming in here and saying it's a Mr. DeMond's phone would be sufficient. I don't know that that would not be some form of hearsay, but at least that might start to approach some sort of foundation. All the foundation that's required by law to be adduced and elicited and put into the record is coming from the state attorney's mouth at that desk, and it's not in evidence. So all the things that she's saying establishes it as his phone are the very things that the case law and rules require be adduced before that jury. And so the fact that she understands that is evident from the fact that she is presenting it as the foundation for why she's trying to introduce this information. But this is not the forum to do it outside the presence of the jury. Do it in front of the jury if you have the witnesses, because otherwise it's hearsay. Her saying that Joe Blow told her that somebody else owns a phone is not legal foundation sufficient to satisfy the rules of evidence.
All right, so counsel, I'd like to see what you have and show me, talk about how you, what evidence you're going to have introduced to authenticate it. All right? So we'll see everybody back at, let's say, 1:15. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, these are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but I don't see what the tie into the defendant, Mr. Demons, is.
Sure, Your Honor. So in terms of all of the messages that you have before Your Honor, the messages in union are the statements of the defendant. So what I did was...
How come they start out with young stock chaser Howard? I thought I was advised previously that that was not Mr. Demons, that he had a different name or something along those lines.
He does, Your Honor. So that is a remnant from Celebrate. I don't know why it does that on there. That's something defense can argue, but what I can show, Your Honor, is on the phone itself, and these are approximately 300 images that I was able to put together in about 15 minutes. There are some that will only show on the computer here because it has the specific codec that is required. But in each of these images, there are 300 of them that I can go through that show the defendant on FaceTime calls with his mother, with his grandmother, and I can go through them individually and show that they are on and from the device itself. So the report that's up on the screen now, Your Honor, will show that sometimes images are sent to the defendant. For example, this picture here, which is the photograph of the defendant and his mother. That was an attachment that was sent to that particular phone. Now, that to be contrasted with for example, this image here, which is showing a file path of the actual phone itself. This is DCIN 100 Apple. This is being taken on the Apple iPhone XS Max, which is the phone that the defendant was using, that is attached to that 772-713-9807. So in total, Rona, this is just 300 of about, there's 10,000 images on the phone in total, and this isn't even talking about any of the videos, of which there are many videos on there that also show the defendant on that. You have photos of the defendant, for example, I'm trying to show the screenshots where he is taking, there are selfies, there are images that are taken from various phone conversations in which he is doing a FaceTime. For example, this one right here. If it ends in .png, Your Honor, that is indicative and can be testified to that is a screenshot. On an iPhone, takes a screenshot or a capture of whatever is on the screen, then that's going to be a .png format. That's what we have here. In this one, you have a photo of the defendant in the small top of the screen, showing that he is the person making the phone call, and then the person he's speaking to on the video chat, his little brother, is there in the larger one. So here's another example of that, and this also shows that the defendant made FaceTime video calls as his regular course of conduct, which goes to show and explain why, for example, there's not a data call, there's data used, but not a cell phone or CDR. Here's yet another one of the defendant, and this is also consistent with being on the T-Mobile LTE network, which are the records that the records custodian testified to and are in the evidence. So that is just one example. I have the full printout of what I just showed, of the 1,500 pages with all the thumbnails of every image as well, and show for Anna on that. There's more, counsel. Yes.
Well, maybe should we take the arguments piecemeal, or?
I'm sorry. What is, this is a different.
Those are the 300 photos that I provided to you, Hunter.
These.
Yes, that is now showing the path of the directory location where each and every one of those photos was found, whether it was came to the device as something that was sent to the device as an attachment on a message, or whether it was actually created by one of the devices themselves.
And how about the time of the murder in question?
There are images that predate that, including, and then there are text messages and conversations that are done at or about the time of the murder, including conversations with the defendant's mother. So, for example, I'll show Your Honor now what has been extracted from that same cell phone. And this is also information that predates the murder. So there's no reason or motive to lie or anything at that point, because at this point the victims are still alive. And so we also then have the defendant's conversations before and after, which show the same pattern of speech, the same way he is communicating on these, which show that he is the individual that had care, custody, and control of that phone at the time. So I'm going to start, and I appreciate Gary's help on this one. And this is from a phone number that is identified as...
Your Honor, before we continue, I would respectfully suggest that we take my retort to their argument piecemeal so that we don't lose the significance.
Thank you.
Of each.
She's going to, counsel's going to proceed with her argument, and the thing, you'll get a chance to speak.
So we have, this is prior to the homicide, this is going to be August 30th of 2018. The phone number 772-501-6942 that's said to a crazy lady. Again, we'll get into why it's a B shortly with the next witness. In this case, this is the defendant's mother. This is Jamie King, because if you go to state 63 on the subscriber records, that is the other phone number that is subscribed to Miss Jamie King at that time. Additionally, defense counsel provided Jamie King's records to the state to show that that is her phone number and represented it as such. So this is discussions and where he is calling her mom about and talking about the argument and the fight between the defendant, Zach Chaser, and as he's referred to at this bottom message, where she is talking to Mr. Demons about that person, showing that it is not Zach that is on the other end of this line or this particular phone call. Moving on, and then we also have where a discussion, this is still August 30th, and we're talking about how, I don't know what all going on, he's talking, making a live video talking about your mother, it's going to make people hate you, that's why I have never and would never do that, I love you, and that's your best friend, this is not for social media. And then,
Hold on a second.
sure.
Can you repeat that, please?
Of course.
Too fast.
Sure. So if you go through this whole conversation here, starting with, how is his sister going on social media talking about punching me in face, my fault, from the individual that's been identified as Jamie King by the phone records, by the subscriber records that are in evidence already. Then going on to the reply is, you started it by texting his mama, it's gonna be problems, and not even knowing what you're talking about. You a grown-ass lady doing childish shit, ain't nobody tell you to text her, she minding her business, going to work, you effing with her. The response then, she could have called me or texted me back, not have you or daughter all on social media talking about fighting me like I cussed at her. I didn't even say one cuss word when I texted her. I said nothing disrespectful and you know it. I wish you took up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. Again, this is talking about Anthony Williams on that. So like I said before, the next message on August 30th, I don't know what's all going on. He's talking about making a live video, talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that, because I love you and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. So continuing on, next page. In this particular page, so this is again referring to the social media conversations on that with regards to Anthony Williams and the defendant's mother. So for here, no, I'm not your actions I take up for you. I have people telling me your son doesn't care about you. That Jamell Demon's mother is Jamie King. Here she is identifying that she is speaking to her son in that. So then I want to go then to after the time of the homicide, in which Jamie King is sending a text message to her son, send me your location, I'm in Stewart, I love you so much. He then sends a return the location showing at or about the time of the crime as to who was using and doing that. Okay, love you again from Jamie King. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. The next response is bring Mariah, which you've honored already heard testimony that Felicia Holmes, her daughter, Mariah Hamilton, was in a dating relationship with this defendant, and that at this time, and that there was conversations, and that she has identified Mariah as Mariah Hamilton. Then there is okay. It continues. He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP, and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40 or a 19. She says, okay. His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
Your Honor, I object to this. Is she going to read the entire poem? This does not go to the heart of our objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Well, Counsel, I asked her to put on a proffer of what she anticipated, is what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
continuing on, there's then discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, ma. This is his mother that he's talking to. And he's saying, I'm not scared, just listen. This is clear proof and evidence that this is Jamell Demon's phone because he's speaking with his mother on that one. So on the last one that shows November 3rd, 2018, love you too, Ma, and yes, son, on that, which she is identifying that is the phone that is being used by her son, and that is on the subscriber records. However, that's not the only thing. In addition, the defendant also, in other conversations at or about the time of the homicide, sent a photo of his driver's license to someone to be able to authenticate and show specific items in terms of going through and setting up a rental. And even has so much as put the address of 805 Northeast 4th Avenue.
What's the date of that, Council?
That one is September 28th of 2018. That shows that the defendant has previously been to the studio and knows that. Also talks, and this is a conversation with Adrian Davis, in which he is using this phone, sending in pictures of his driver's license from his phone. And some of the other pictures and items that Your Honor has in front of you, there's pictures of credit cards, front and back, with the defendant's name on them. There are multiple things that show that this phone was being used by the defendant, Jamell Demons. There is no evidence before Your Honor that it was being used at the time of the crime by anyone else. In addition, the defendant is simply on camera in possession of a phone as he is leaving the studio on October 26th of 2018. At that point, there's a phone in his hand. That phone then tracks, and you can follow on all of the call detail records and all of the mapping that was done put in yesterday to show that this phone goes from the studio and is consistent with the phone of Anthony Williams, which is the other phone that's on there on T-Mobile, and all the way out to the scene of the crime. Then it continues until, at which point the phone separates, and Anthony Williams' phone and Christopher Thomas' phone goes to the hospital, and that is what is consistent with that, and they are recovered at that location.
Council, I don't understand this Celebrite, why that would put a different name on the text message.
So in terms of that, if there is any time that anybody else has used the phone, for whatever purpose on that, if they have logged in on a other social media account, that could put that name on there. However, it is who was using the phone at the time that is important. And so this and all of the information and everything on these show that it was the defendant. And by the defense suggesting it was not, that makes even more items relevant to show. For example, defense counsel brought up and showed images of a very intimate nature that were shown of the defendant. The contention that someone would allow photos of his penis to be accessed and sent out by friends and other people is absolutely ridiculous. So just the conversations that you have read as well include pictures of the defendant, and those are in there with other people in which he is acknowledging interaction with them and the contents of the photos. Those individuals are the ones that are identified as the gang members that he is associated with.
Thank you. Anything else?
Defense. Yes, sir. Thank you. What we have said, which is the gravamen of our objection, is that this phone was used by others as well. First question the court put to the state was, how come it said Stack Chaser Howard? I was told that was the nickname of one of the decedents. The state's answer is, I don't know. And that answer is not good enough. The court circled back to that question and asked, and the state just said, I don't know if you, on Celebrite, it might capture it like that with T-Mobile, and it could capture it like that if anybody else ever uses the phone, ever. That, first of all, she's not an expert. We have not heard testimony to that effect. And if she's offering testimony as to how a phone can get identified by a certain moniker that is not the defendant's, and her answer is, I think that that's how it might be if somebody used it ever. would run in direct contravention of this notion that he used the phone exclusively. So the state is conceding by its very contention that somebody else used that phone. They're just saying, I don't know when, and I don't know how the name got there. If what the state says is true, that if somebody uses it once, it will thereafter identify the phone in that person's name forever, we would need an expert to say that, not Miss Bradley, somebody who actually has knowledge about it. It would also be curious that if several other social media accounts and what have you are being accessed by Mr. Demons, how come the multitude of times that he has accessed these accounts did not cause the phone to affix his name to that phone? Again, our contention is not that the phone was never used by Mr. Demons, it's that it was not exclusively used by Mr. Demons. So the state wants to show that Mr. Demons used it, and they put up a screenshot of a FaceTime call showing Mr. Demons up in the top corner. That particular call, the state, by that photo, has established the foundation for that photo. The state then makes mention of Jamie King and saying that the phone number that is being communicated with in a certain message is the other phone number that was on that account. The state conceded before the break that there were several phone numbers on that account. So it's not just one, there were several. However, if for some reason this court were to find some self-authentication by reference to a person as mom, maybe that phone authentication for that particular, and I think actually the state conceded it, not on purpose, but when discussing a message, she said that's proof that that particular message or phone call was between Mr. Demons and his mother. That is how evidence works. Now, because she has proved that there are certain photos, and if the court knows, I mean, I have photos on my phone. Everybody here, I'm sure, has photos on their phone. It's not all of them. And some of the photos that were displayed for the court are clearly not selfies. So somebody else took the picture. Did somebody else take the picture because he was a celebrity? Did somebody else take the picture because he was a friend? Did somebody else take the picture because it was one of the people that he associates with, that he's friends with, that takes a picture of him because they're hanging out? That does not establish that it's his phone. That doesn't even begin to establish. As a matter of fact, it puts the phone in somebody else's hand at the very moment that picture is being taken. So the question becomes, what is admissible? The state, if what is clear, is that for all the gang stuff that the state is now trying to seek to admit, all of this identifying information that she can point to for all these other conversations, she cannot point to for the ones that she's trying to put in that this hearing is about. So she's asking the court to extrapolate. I can prove that he had his phone in his possession sometimes, maybe a lot. I can't explain why it has somebody else's name on it. Could be any reason. And I'm going to offer my expert opinion as to why it has Sack Chaser Howard on there that I can't back up by any expert I've ever spoken to. And previously I just told you I don't know how it got there. Conceding that it's not in his name, that it's clearly been used by others, which she said is why Sack Chaser Howard was there, but she figures, I guess it got Sack Chaser Howard there the single time that somebody else used it, and every other time it was Mr. Demons. That's not logical. It doesn't make sense, and even if it did, the state does not have the evidence to establish that. The conversations that are at issue here are all these gang conversations that the state seeks to put in. If I'm not saying that they can't authenticate and lay a proper foundation for any of those exchanges, if they can, they should do so in accordance with the rules of evidence. But they can't say, ignore the rules of evidence as to everything I want to put in because I'm going to show that he spoke to his mother on this phone and spoke to his girlfriend on this phone and spoke to his younger brother on the phone at some other time. That's why each conversation is independent. Each exchange is independent because each exchange is an item of evidence that requires a foundation for its admissibility. So what we're doing is inviting error when we say, okay, we can prove some things. We can't prove the stuff that we're trying to admit, but we want you to extrapolate and infer that since this phone was in Mr. Demons' hand at some point, at a lot of points, then we get to put in everything and call it his conversations. And the state said Mr. Demons was seen leaving the studio with a phone in his hand, and that phone was tracked. How do we know that that's the phone that was tracked? How do we know that that was the phone in his hand? We do not. That is an inference they're making. It's an argument they're making, and they're entitled to make an argument if they can lay the foundation for the evidence upon which such an argument would rest. But just saying it doesn't make it so. There's nothing that identifies the phone that's seen in his hand as he walks out of that studio as the one they tracked anywhere. And, Your Honor, the problem with doing this wholesale, if this witness is going to testify to a particular exchange, lay the foundation for that exchange like every other trial that we have ever been in. Instead of saying we can just obviate the need for that because the foundation is going to be laid outside the presence of the jury by hearsay from the prosecutor without a witness. And so the actual particular conversations at issue here are the gang conversations, or the purported gang conversations that the state wishes to admit through this witness. If this witness can establish them, or if the state can bring another witness in here to establish each one of those conversations as being out of the mouth of Mr. Demons or out of his fingers in a text, then they're admissible. Otherwise, they are not. And they're hearsay.
So in addition, Your Honor, I would point out that the cell phone records that have been introduced from T-Mobile include the IMEI phone number and the MSDN, which is the identifying phone number for that phone. All of that information, again, correlates with the other information that's already been put in there showing that this phone was, in fact, Mr. Demons, including, not limited to, what the defense has also been provided, which were all of the Apple records, which show that the defendant, on October 29th, 2018, then took and bought the phone with which has been introduced into evidence the extraction of that, and brought over all the data from the prior phone he was using on the night of the incident, which is the one that was tracked. And that is able to be seen through all of the data, and that is clear from the records from T-Mobile as well as from Apple, and those are items that are admissible as business records and are not hearsay, as we've previously discussed. And that's what I have up on the screen now, so Your Honor can see the fact that the iPhone, and specifically, when I scroll over, goes back to Jamell Dement, YNW Melly booking at gmail.com, and goes forward and gives an address in Vero Beach, Florida, which is consistent with what is on his numerous driving license transcripts which have been put into evidence. And there it goes through and shows all of the phone numbers and everything else for the defendant.
Your Honor, let me just add this briefly. There is evidence that Mr. Demons lived in the same house as several other people. Identifying an address means nothing. The state, I think, mentioned that in its opening. Several people lived in that house. An address means nothing. Secondly, if I want to set a motion on this court's calendar and they show that I called Chambers, it doesn't mean I spoke to the judge. I spoke to your courtroom deputy maybe or secretary. Artists get bookings by their manager, the person from whom this phone was obtained. Saying that it says YNW Melly booking is proof, or at least a suggestion, that it was used by somebody who books on behalf of the artist. Artists don't get on the phone and make these arrangements themselves. That's why they have managers. If there was a transcript of a proceeding that took place in this courtroom 7 months ago, and it didn't say who was speaking, coming in here and saying that here's a transcript that shows Mr. Howard was speaking on June the 21st, so therefore he must have been the person speaking several months ago, would be preposterous. This example is tantamount to that. And so the thing is, again, I am not contending that there are no exchanges that can come in. I am saying with the gatekeeping function of this court, it is incumbent upon the court and the state to make sure that the foundation is laid for each exchange that is being adduced. We cannot, none of the, I just mentioned, they have none of the exchanges that they're seeking to put in, they can count in. Why don't they start with those? They're telling you about stuff that happened months before, months after, not the ones that they're trying to put in. Those are the ones that need to be authenticated, and each conversation needs authentication because it identifies a speaker. And therefore, when the speaker is a defendant, it circumvents any hearsay objection because it is non-hearsay by definition because it's a statement of the defendant. And also in terms of establishing the foundation so that the jury knows that when you show me this and tell me and get up there in closing and say, he said this, we know he said it. And it can't be because we have a FaceTime of him and his little brother months before. Each individual conversation needs to be, the foundation needs to be laid for each individual conversation. It cannot be dumped in wholesale. And if they can establish the foundation, it comes in. If they can, it stays out. But if we just sidestep the whole procedure by saying we're going to let it in because we're saying this is his phone when we have several indications that the phone was being used by others before, after, and during the entire period at issue in this case.
Couple things, Council. Number one, I don't have any evidence for me that the phone is being used by other people at any time. I haven't heard that evidence at all. What I do know is that what the state's indicating to me and what she's just proffered are pictures on the cell phone which appear to be the defendant, as well as conversations which appear to be between the defendant and his mother, which is extrinsic evidence of circumstances surrounding the use of the phone and the pictures on it. And it seems to me that that's sufficient to show what the state is claiming, that this is his phone. I don't understand, and I still don't understand how young Chaser Howard is on that. And candidly, I don't have an adequate explanation, but some of the texts that are between the two phones, the 9807 and his mother's phone, is clear to me that is a discussion between he and his mother, and that he's using the phone. Also, the state provided a certificate 6 weeks or so beforehand from the pawn shop that showed that Mr. Demons was using the phone, identified this as his phone. I have that, as well as the subscriber information that showed that the mother was listed on the account, and there's multiple phones on the account. In any event, we're going to proceed and see where it goes, but it seems to me that there is extrinsic evidence, circumstantial evidence that Mr. Demons, this is Mr. Demons' phone. What about the juror? I want to bring the juror in. I want to talk to her. just to find out as to whether or not she's okay to proceed, and just find out a little bit about that. All right, so we're going to do that now. Can I have those 2 messages?
John, while we bring around, can I just say this? Yesterday I presented, and for some reason the internet access is not building up. It will shortly, I'm sure. I presented the court with evidence that that phone was being used while Mr. Clemens was in custody. So the court said there's no evidence that it was being used by others. That's evidence. The fact that it has fact chaser, however,
How are you?
well, I understand, but you're saying you didn't. I'm just letting you know that I did present you with that exact information that you say does not
Where's the
exist.
jury? How are you? Ms. Leacock, the reason I brought you, I had 2 messages during the last witness's testimony. And the first one said, I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we can't see him? That's your message to me?
Yes.
And the second was, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I seen someone get robbed and am having an anxiety attack.
Yeah.
And I guess my concern is, are you able to sit as a juror, or you think this is too much for you? I'm trying to figure out, and that's why we took a little extended lunch break to figure out whether you feel comfortable and you're up to it.
Yes, I feel comfortable, but I just don't think it was appropriate for someone to be masked up like that. And plus, you guys didn't even tell us. Like, you don't know what people have been through, so it just it shocked me. Like, I'm shocked. So, yeah. But I do feel like I can do it. That just wasn't appropriate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't believe that was appropriate.
Well, some things I make certain decisions about things, and then we go forward with it. I instruct you, and think you'd be able to follow those instructions, and you pay attention to the evidence, or do you think that you're concerned about the masking that it's going to affect your ability to follow the instructions and follow the evidence?
Yes, I can listen and follow the evidence now that I know he's going to have a mask.
And the anxiety issue, we're past that, you're okay?
Yeah, I took my medication.
Thank you. The jury reflects the juror stepped out. Counsel Rainwald, the defendant. Counsel, she indicated she's still curious as to why the witness is wearing a mask, that she's able to follow the instructions, that she's able to listen to the evidence, and she feels comfortable going forward. Anything you want to
Yes, sir. We believe we again move for the court to employ the procedure, clearing the courtroom and allowing this witness to testify in a manner that will allow the jury to assess his credibility as it would any other witness. We also believe that in lieu of that the instruction that we offered, which answers her curiosity, should be given. The court indicated that it was it declined to give the defense instruction because of the component of the proposed instruction that referenced the court balancing and prioritizing the media's right to be here over the defendant's right to confrontation. We do think that that is an appropriate part of the instruction, but short of that, the rest of the instruction, which excises that portion, we believe to be called for, especially in light of this witness's persistent curiosity. We answer all their other questions, and this is a pertinent, because this is one that goes to the heart of why she is being denied the opportunity to make the observation pertinent to its credibility.
Thank you. What's the state?
But I think we can come up with an agreement. I think we just need to more closely track the instruction and going off memory that it's 3.9, so I'm pulling that up now as to exactly what witnesses are supposed to be judged on. And I think the problem is the way defense has it is you observe their demeanor and facial expressions, but the actual text of the jury instruction doesn't say that. The actual text of the jury instruction reads as follows. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. There's nothing about demeanor or facial expressions in any way, shape, or form in that jury instruction. So I think if it read that the court has ruled the next witness to be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes, the court has made its ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to, and then to edit it to comply with the standard, to consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said.
One moment to defer, Your Honor.
So Ms. Smith had a good point that it would not be appropriate for your honor to explain the logic behind your ruling or to say that it's because of this, but if you wanted to instruct them that the witness has said that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case, that would be fine.
Thank you. So my thought is, as far as the instruction was prepared by defense counsel, the first page reads, the court has ruled that the next witness, I'm just going to say Mr. Detective Polo, Danny Polo, will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. And we're going to leave it there, and I'll tell them that further instruction on how you judge credibility of witnesses will be given at a later time. All right? So let's bring the jury in. Let's get the witness back up.
The witness is in the BSO office down the hall, so we're going to grab him so they have to do it. Approach from the attorney.
There's no way I can remove the media from the, without having a hearing, having to bring their lawyers down or anything else as a whole. It's a, does that make your move?
Understood, Your Honor. We believe the stakes of this.
Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the letter reflect the presence of the defendant, the counsel, the assistant state attorney, and one of our jurors, we need to get the witness. So, ladies and gentlemen, in your absence, I would ask again to instruct you regarding the witness standing tall and in fact because he's wearing a mask. I have ruled that standing tall would be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling, this decision, because the witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. The court's going to instruct you at a later time as to how you judge credibility of witnesses, but that is why he was permitted to conceal his face except for his eyes. All right, we get back to Mr. Tullo, please.
Wonderful inside barrier.
Please have a seat.
Yes, sir.
You are Detective Tullo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detective, you previously placed on the road to remain on the road. Tullo, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel, may proceed.
Yes, sir. As this ended, I was offering if they want to offer the witness on any area of his expertise.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
You've seen my face before.
Yes, sir.
It was on February 17, 2022. You recall?
Objection, Your Honor. This point unresponsive.
Sustained.
What was the objection?
I sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
Did I take your debit?
Yes, sir.
What date did I take your debit?
I don't remember the exact answer. Year.
If I show you a copy of the transcript, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
If you have all four.
I'm referring to this.
And which one is that? So I should permit. If counsel is so kind to show me.
The date I mentioned, February 17, 2022.
I don't have a copy.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And on that date, you were asked, I'm not sure if I did the question, whether or not you had ever been declared an expert in any proceeding.
Correct.
And had you?
At that time, I don't believe so.
Okay, so your expertise, or at least, and there's no court that had acknowledged your expertise up until February 17 of 2022.
That I can recall.
Okay. Are you contending that you were an expert before that?
Has the court declared me an expert? So you're asking?
Well, we know you didn't. You said no.
Right.
Okay.
Can you clarify the question?
Okay, let's strike that. I think we you were asked about your training and education just now by Ms. Bradley,
Yes, sir.
and you said 500 hours of specialized training
Yes.
in the area of gangs, organized crime, and money laundering. It's all the same.
It interconnects when you're working in game case.
Okay. Of that 500 hours, how much was money laundering?
I'd have to go through all my certificates and subtract a couple hours here and there. The bulk of it is gang investigations, organized crime investigations, which are one and the same, basically.
Okay. So you're not saying that money laundering is one and the same as gang training? You're
No,
saying
sir.
it's not?
I'm not saying that's it.
Okay, but that's included in your 500 hours, right?
Yeah, a couple hours out of that are money laundering, specific money laundering. Maybe if you want me to guess.
I don't want you to guess anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you can't tell us, as you said.
I can give you an estimate.
And can you tell us how much of your training is actually gang related?
The majority of it, bulk of it.
How much? time? Do you
Exact
know?
hours, over 400 hours.
Over 400.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 400 was gang. And you have certifications that indicate that.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring them with you?
No, sir.
And you were telling us that you also have a certification from an association of some sort. What's the name of that association?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
Is that a law enforcement exclusive organization?
I don't, do you mean do people other than law enforcement go to those trainings?
No, I mean, can someone other than a law enforcement officer get certified as a Florida gang by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
Yes, sir.
You know that happened.
Yeah, prosecutors, other attorneys that go to the conferences, victim advocates, they all go to these trainings.
I'm asking if they can get certified.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying prosecutors can?
Yes.
And police officers can?
Yes.
And you're saying defense attorneys can?
I don't see why not. I'm not sure if they would bar a defense attorney from going to the training. I haven't seen that in their website.
Okay, but you can't tell us that.
No, I can't, sir.
And when you said other attorneys, then you mean civil attorneys?
Yeah, attorneys like the attorneys that represent victims in certain crimes. I'm not sure what they fall under.
Okay, and you're representing that civil attorneys that represent victims in crimes can get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association.
They can take the trainings, yes, sir. And then the trainings result in getting your certificates.
Okay. And how many hours do you need of training to get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
The exact hours, I'm not sure, sir. They put on basic courses and they put on intermediate courses and they put on advanced courses. You take them, you get certificates for those, and then they put specialized courses on specific gangs. You do all those as well. So exactly the amount of hours I don't know exactly the amount of hours, sir.
How many hours did you go train or get instructed with the Florida Gang Investigation Association before you got certified?
Close to 100 hours, maybe more. It's an estimate.
Okay. So it could be less than 100, you're saying?
It's around 100.
Okay. And the other, you said there was a certification that you have from some academy of some sort?
And it's called the National Gang Academy. It's an 8-week-long gang specialist course that's put on by a company called the National Gang Academy, a training company.
And the National Gang Academy Training Company?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a training company. They provide training.
Okay, and the National Gang Academy Training Company, who are the people who give instructions? What is their experience?
The person that runs the academy, I'd have to look at his bio. I don't remember exactly what his experience was, but usually the people that run these organizations have 20, 30 plus years teaching their gangs. I know the Florida Gang Investigators Association, their president is one of the lead gang detectives in the state of Florida.
Okay, but where I was asking about the academy, you don't know the credentials of the people who give instructions and credential you.
I don't recall, sir. I don't recall the exact credentials this person had.
Okay. And were they gang members?
No.
Okay. So it was some other people who professed to have expertise then conferring certification upon you.
They're putting you through a course. You have to pass tests. You have to, it's not just multiple choice tests. There's written exams. There's videos. There's interactive portions of the class where you have to call the instructor and discuss what you've been doing in your game training. So it's an 8-week interactive course.
Okay. 8 weeks, you said?
8 weeks, sir.
Okay. And you said that some of the knowledge that you gleaned in order to deem yourself an expert is from gang members that were in custody trying to work off their time?
Some of the interviews are gang members in custody. Some are gang members not in custody.
Okay. Let's start with the gang members that are in custody trying to work off their time.
Not all of them are trying to work off their time.
Okay. Well, the gang members that are in custody.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some of them are trying to work off their time?
Some.
Okay, let's start with that. Have you ever experienced a situation where you're talking with a gang member or any defendant that's trying to work off his or her time and they're being deceptive with you in order to achieve some ulterior motive, like taking off their time?
If they're being deceptive, I don't want to talk to them.
Well, I know you don't want to,
Yeah.
but you judge whether they're being deceptive or not based upon stuff like their facial expressions.
Overall, who's board item?
When I interview people, I will give them baseline questions that I already have the answers to, things that I might already know about them. Intimate details about their lives or people they associate with, other gang members, things about their specific gang. And if they're being deceptive in those questions that I already have the answers to, then my interview is basically over. Or I call them out on the fact that they're lying to me and then see if they want to change to being honest. And then at that point, maybe we can reestablish a connection. But if they're lying right from the get-go, if I ask them a question about their affiliation or about someone they associate with who's a gang member and they're lying, I usually don't want to keep talking to them because it doesn't benefit me to be working with someone that's going to lie to me.
I understood. But essentially what you're saying is your assessment of their credibility governs whether or not you pursue the interview. Right?
Yeah, if I find that they are not lying to me, then I continue my interview. And then I continue to assess whether they're lying or not.
And if they're lying to you and you think they're not, you're not saying that your assessment of somebody's credibility is bulletproof. You're not saying that.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Now, the ones who are reformed gang members, are they themselves in danger when they just give out knowledge willy-nilly about their past life?
I mean, based on the rules and bylaws and stuff like that they have written down on some of these major national gangs, you would think that it would be frowned upon. But like I stated, everyone wants to put everything on social media right now, and these founders of these organizations are giving all these intimate details about stuff they've already been convicted of, they've done time for, because they're always trying to get views on YouTube, views on Instagram, they're trying to make money, and it's an incentive for them to tell true stories. So they're being interviewed by others in the same gang world, because it's usually, most of these interviews are, they'll put a couple guys that kind of came up in the same time that were founders of the organizations, co-founders, and they'll go back and forth.
Will you agree? I'm sorry, you're done?
Sure, sir.
Will you agree with me it's an incentive? Getting clicks on YouTube and making money that way is an incentive for them to tell stories. It's not necessarily an incentive for them to tell the truth. Because
Sure.
nobody would. Okay. And some of your expertise you gained from watching YouTube videos?
No, sir. That just gives me a little insight into their world and into the gang mentality. It's rare when someone, a typical person doesn't brag about committing violence upon someone else on YouTube and how they had to crack someone's head open or shed blood so they can make it in this game, right? That's not typical of a person to want to admit. That's incriminating against themselves, and why would anyone do that?
I understand. My question to you was some of the body of knowledge that you obtain in order to hone and advance your expertise is from YouTube. Is that true or is it not?
Some of the knowledge came from interviews, yeah. Interviews that I watched with people that I found to be telling true stories because it's been corroborated based off written documents.
So that's a yes.
Sure.
Okay. And you were asked about your hands-on investigations, and I think your answer was suspects or special investigations. You remember that?
Correct.
And you said over 30 suspects you have engaged in investigations since 2022. You never gave us a number of your involvement in special investigations themselves. What's that?
The number 30 was a reference to just, I believe, the amount of blood gang members we've investigated this past year. The reason I separate investigations from suspects is because a lot of these investigations is investigation into a criminal organization. That's one investigation might involve 20 subjects. So it would be misleading for me to say I only did one investigation when it was really 20 separate investigations that are all linked together into one organization, charged as an organization.
Understood. Now, my question to you, however, was how many special investigations have you engaged in yourself?
Give me a second to think about it.
Please.
Thank you, sir. This is probably an accurate representation. I might be missing one or two.
What are you looking at?
18 gangs and about 30 different investigations.
So there, you 13 or 30?
30.
30.
Yes, sir.
So when you gave us the number of 30 suspects,
That was blood investigations.
okay, that was blood only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
In the last year.
So this Florida Gang Investigation Association Can anybody get certification if they don't attend the criminal justice only part of the training?
I don't work for FGIA, sir, so I don't know what their rules are for that. I know I'm allowed to take the classes. I know I've seen prosecutors set those classes with me because I've had prosecutors come to the trainings with me. So I can't answer on behalf of FGIA.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. So you were thinking that non-law enforcement can get certified, but the only people that you've seen in there with you are prosecutors and other law enforcement.
Yeah, they're not law enforcement. Like, you mean cops or just people involved in the legal system?
People involved on your side of the legal system.
Okay, that's
Overruled.
different than law enforcement.
Okay. So when you're saying it wasn't only law enforcement and you're talking about attorneys who represent people, victims of crimes,
No, we've had victim advocates at the trainings before.
or at the trainings giving instruction?
No, taking courses.
Okay. So it's not limited to certified law enforcement or retired law enforcement or probation, parole, correction, juvenile justice, intelligence personnel, prosecuting attorneys, judges, and crime analysts, and intelligence analysts, evidence technicians for a law enforcement agency, or any other person deemed appropriate for membership.
Okay, you're reading that from their website. That's perfect. I mean, like I said, I don't work for FGIA, so I don't know where their cutoff is.
Okay.
And I don't have access to their website at the moment.
So in fact, it may be just a law enforcement only organization for certification purposes.
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Okay.
I believe I've met people there taking courses that are not law enforcement. I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm not saying whether they're allowed to or not. I just know they've been there.
Okay. And you were saying some of the, do you work undercover?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were saying some of the undercover members, you know of undercover law enforcement officers who are members of gangs?
In an undercover capacity.
Yeah. In an undercover, are you?
I'm not, sir.
You did. So you would agree that those undercover officers who went that step would probably know more about the intimacies than you would?
I was the case agent on that.
Okay. And,
Case agent being the person that leads the investigation and tells you to cover what to do and what evidence I need to gather, what evidence is beneficial to prove the hearing, and I collect all the evidence, meaning knowledge, instructions from other gang members. So I direct the investigation, they're the undercovers.
okay.
So when I'm the undercover, someone tells me what to do because it's their investigation.
Okay, but in an undercover capacity, you never went to the step of getting inside a gang so you could be in the room where intimate gang activity was actually being discussed among gang members only.
It's recorded in the room.
Okay, so you're just in the room with them, but you are not a gang member, so they wouldn't be discussing stuff that only gang members discuss if you're not one.
So what I'm trying to explain is that undercover operations are recorded audio video. So the fact that I wasn't present doesn't mean I didn't see it.
Okay. So the gang Bibles that you spoke of, are those the same gang Bibles that you can download on the internet?
There's some incomplete ones on the internet. I haven't really found any great ones on the internet. But there are some that have been leaked. Some of the information is pretty accurate. Some of them are outdated. It's not the most recent ones. In this case, there was an updated one that was revamped in 2016 from the original 1996 version.
And you were saying to us, I think, that the rules of a gang in one location or locality don't necessarily translate into being the rules of a gang in another part of the country or part of the state, right?
Yeah, so basically, like any organization, the farther you get down in the structure of our organization, things are lost in translation. So the head of the snake can only control the tail so much.
So you're saying that the only reason that there are different rules in different parts of the country of a gang is because they're lost in communication, or do different localities have different rules?
Well,
Okay, both. And you're saying that part of the information that you gather is by just walking up to somebody that you see and see if they'll talk to you and tell you all their intimate gang stuff?
I've done that before, yes.
And even when they don't speak to you, you said you look at the way they dress and the way they stand?
Sometimes.
What about the way they stand?
So specific to, let's say, the Bloods, they align, some of their symbology is specific to the right side. So they might stand and cross their arms a certain way with the right arm over the left arm. Or they might wear their hat to the right. They might put a bandana on the right, or put a different color bandana on the left to show disrespect. So those are little nuances that if you know you're talking to someone who is a member of that gang, it could mean something.
Okay.
If I just meet you and you happen to be wearing a red bandana in your right pocket, I know you're not a member of the Blood, sir. So I would not think this guy's a Blood.
I understand that.
You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is, how are you learning? You might be learning whether the person you're speaking to fits the criteria of the gangs that you already have formed. You're not advancing your knowledge about gangs by looking at them and saying and identifying things that you already think apply, right? You understand the distinction I'm making?
No, please rephrase that.
Okay.
Interesting.
And by the way, before I get to that question, you're saying that for example, Bloods are favor their right, so they might cross their arm right over left, right?
Yes.
When you say might, are you saying that sometimes they cross it left over right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
so that's not really a rule then, right?
Nothing's written in stone, sir.
Okay.
So that means Bloods typically wear red. Right? It's one of their primary colors. They also wear green, which is on the East Coast a blood color. And new recruits within the Bloods are told to wear brown or tan with a white T-shirt. So there's different things. You can't just stick to one aspect and be like, oh man, that guy didn't cross out that B that one time, because you're supposed to cross out your B's.
I
Or
understand.
your C's, sorry. So just because you didn't do it one time doesn't eliminate what you are.
I understand. I'm just trying to get your testimony straight.
Sure.
You were saying sometimes they might wear their hat to the right,
Correct.
meaning sometimes they might wear it to the left, and sometimes they might wear it straight, and sometimes they might wear it in the back, right?
Yes.
So that's another rule, that sometimes they do.
These aren't rules. These are a rule is something that has to be followed. These are just things that they're known to do.
Okay.
Like wearing the color red. They don't always wear the color red. If they did, it'd be very easy to just find all your Bloods, or at least start looking for them.
And all of the 6 times that you testified as an expert were they in 2022 and 2023, or just in 2023?
I testified in federal court a couple months ago on the Zone Mafia family case as an expert. I testified last year sometime, I forgot when, on a Nitrate Gangster Bloods case, attempt homicide case. And I testified in a couple of sentencing hearings between that time and now.
Okay. So whatever the case, would it be fair to say your expertise is just kind of in its embryonic stage, since you weren't certified as an expert as of February of last year? You agree with that?
I think my knowledge of the topic has grown over time. Obviously, that's why I do recurring training. But
And you said that you've attended every conference since 2016, right?
yes, sir.
And your first conference, what conference was that in 2016?
the Florida Gang Investigators Association.
And how many times? I'm sorry.
The conference.
Okay. And you said every conference since then? Is it biannual, annual, every month? Annual?
Annual, and then they host additional trainings throughout the year. We wouldn't call them conferences. They don't call them conferences. They're just trainings, 2-day trainings, 3-day trainings on specific things, like outlaw motorcycle gangs, I believe was the last one I took.
Okay.
I think it's 2-day training.
And you got your certification in 2016 then?
I have to look at my certificate. I think it took. I had taken 2 years before I got the advanced certificate.
Okay. All right. One last thing. You said that you have taught, like, at, I'm not sure I got that right, but was it like at-risk youth kind of seminars to just say no kind of thing?
I've spoken to the youth both while I was working on the road before I was in the Strategic Investigations Division, trying to help the youth not join gangs or the gangs that they're already in, trying to give them an opportunity. That's something that I do in my off time as well, when not for the sheriff's office. I volunteer, and I've taught at a victim advocacy conference for the Office of the Attorney General. And youth outreach is important to me.
Okay, and thank you for that. We need that. My question to you, however, is when you are speaking, and would you actually call it teaching, or is it speaking?
It's teaching. They have questions. You're teaching them how to properly document gangs, because if it's done incorrectly, then you're gonna ruin the system. Yeah, and it happens. We see it where.
I thought you were talking to kids. Are you talking to young youth? You're teaching them how to
I thought you were talking in general when I'm teaching.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. No, kids. Yeah, no. When you talk to the youth, you're talking about. It's a prevention thing. It's more of like, don't ruin your life, and explain the risk factors and what not to do, and try to help them understand that there's a life outside of that, because some of these kids come from families and neighborhoods, socioeconomic areas where they don't see a light, so they need to understand that there is a way out.
I agree with you. What I'm asking you is when you do that, you are doing nothing that any other of these fine officers could do, or I could do.
I think I could relate with them a little better, because I understand the gang mentality, because I've interviewed so many gang members, so I understand where they're coming from.
Okay. But you have included references to motivational and just stay on the straight path speeches to you as among your teaching experience and your expertise.
Something to do, yeah. And you learn from those kids as well. You don't think you learn from kids that are involved in gangs?
Okay, thank you. One moment. I have a picture.
So, Detective Fuller, when you're talking about determining whether or not someone is or is not a gang member, do you go both ways?
I try to convince myself that they're not. I try to avoid confirmation bias. So if someone tells me this guy's a blood or is a mafia family or GD or Crip or whatever, I'll start looking for things to tell me that they're not. Because the second I can convince myself that this person's not a gang member, it's probably true that they are not, and that maybe it's just not enough evidence to prove they are. But when I'm going in there looking for evidence against it, and all I can find is evidence to support it, that's when it shifts and like, okay, this guy has to be a member. And this happens frequently because, like I said, sometimes people document gang members incorrectly because they'll see a tattoo that they think means something, and they'll document that person as a member of XYZ gang, and then I personally know that person is a member of this Bloods gang. So then I have to go and figure out why someone believed this person was a member of this other gang, and then convince myself that that person is wrong, not right, or maybe notice that there might be two gang affiliations, like a prison gang and street gang, national-based gang and local street gang that they associate with it. So multiple alliances.
Okay, so you mentioned that there can be multiple alliances. Can you give a definition of what it would mean to be behind the wall?
Behind the wall means in prison.
So are there different gangs that are behind the wall versus outside?
Yeah, there's different gangs in prison, and there's some of those gangs exist on the outside as well. So the United Blood Nation was founded as a prison gang to protect Black Americans against Hispanics in New York and Rikers Island. Little by little, that expanded and it spread to the streets, and then these multiple blood sets that were created in Rikers Island were now on the streets spreading their ideology.
You used a term that we haven't defined. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a set?
A set, like a group, a different branch of an organization.
So you mentioned some of the organizational system. Is there a recognized organizational system in place for example, the UVN?
Yes.
And so can you describe a little bit about how that is organized?
So the United Blood Nation was founded by a handful of leaders within Rikers Island. They created the first three original sets, Nitrate Gangster Bloods, 183 Gangster Bloods, and G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods. Sometimes they go by different names. And there was, I think, a total of like 12, 13 different sets that were created. Each one of those sets, or each one of those gangs that fall under the United Blood Nation have a leader who they call the Godfather Head. Right, so that would be the top person in the organization, the Godfather Head of the GFH. From there, you have Godfathers underneath, and there's a couple more of those, and then they spread into different branches. Then they have there, from the Godfather, you have the highs, and you have the lows. That's the title of the rank. And sometimes they'll give those titles, the high and the low, they'll give it a separate title, so they're not giving it an associated title. Like, it could be anything, whatever set, people call it whatever they want for their group. You have the highs and lows, and you have the fifth floor. The fifth floor is a rank. Called fifth floor or 5-star, you're a 5-star general. Then the fourth floor, third floor, second floor, first floor, and you have foot soldiers. And that doesn't mean there's one person per position. There could be hundreds of people in one position. Then a little bit less than the next one, a little bit less than the next one. So you get all the way to the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers, and associate managers, and supervisors, store supervisors. It's the same thing. You can only run an organization certain one way.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? You can Some of the Bibles say, get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to the prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do it, but a lot of them do. They pay dues. These dues are collected at the very bottom. They're transferred over to the person in charge of collecting money. That person in charge of collecting money usually has a title. They might have a rank. They also have a title of treasurer. That person is then responsible for holding the money for the gang, so that if someone has legal troubles, they could pay for the attorney fees, or if someone needs, or if the organization inside the wall, if the prison needs food, commissary, shoes, anything, they can support their brothers behind the wall until they get out. That money is also used to get people back on their feet when they get out of prison. So that's the financial component. That's the money laundering component of the organizations.
So you talked a little bit about wiretaps and monitoring of specific phrases, spellings, things like that. How do you learn the phraseology or specific slang used by any individual set or gang?
Sometimes, like, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's difficult. There's certain slang and symbols that we have yet to decipher. I guess even if you have the dictionary, it might not even make sense, because the slang, the answer or the definition of the slang term or the code word is another code word, and unless you knew what the previous Bible said, you never figure it out. But for the most part, we get this based off of context.
Can you describe, because you mentioned something about dropping a C or crossing out all the C's. How does that show up in the messages?
It's written in most, if we're speaking about Bloods only, in the Blood Bibles, it'll say you'll cross out all your C's and replace them with X's, B's, K's. Basically, just replace all the C's. And the reason that you replace the C's is because historically, when the Bloods were created on the West Coast of California, they were created to defend themselves against the Crips. The Crips were an organized gang at the time, in the early 70s. They were decimating the local neighborhood street gangs, and the local neighborhood street gangs banded together and said, let's unify and become one organization. Malpairu, that was one of the original sets. 59 Brim, one of the original sets. And all these neighborhood street gangs, like I stated, there's neighborhood street gangs, eventually sometimes they fall into large national gangs. That's how the Bloods were created. So these neighborhood street gangs banded together, created the Bloods, started calling themselves Bloods, and began to multiply. And the main thing was defending themselves against the Crips. So most of their language is anti-Crip language. That doesn't mean right now there's a war between Crips and Bloods, but they might still disrespect each other. If they get into an argument, they'll use derogatory language that they've created to diss each other, make fun of each other, and to show disrespect, either graffiti or messages on message boards. They'll cross out C's, or Crips will cross out B's. They'll call each other certain words, like Crips, Bloods call Crips crabs. That's their derogatory term. Crips call Bloods slobs. That's their derogatory term for Bloods. Well, these are little things that they do, and it's not, like I said before, it doesn't mean every single time they write a message they're going to do it, but it happens pretty frequently.
So in terms of the term FYE, fire,
Yeah,
what would that be translated to?
a gun,
What about a stick or a pole?
a rifle or a shotgun, a long gun. It's like a stick.
What about the term on the plate?
On the plate,
or being greenlit that means the gang has sanctioned your murder, basically. If you've been put on a plate, if you've been greenlit, or you've been labeled food, that means it's an on-site attack that needs to be done on you. And if you're a member of this gang and you know that Johnny Smith is on the plate and you run into him and you don't act accordingly, then you might also be put on that plate. You might also be labeled food, and you might be next in line, or you are to be next in line to be killed.
You also mentioned the term false flagging. Could you define that for the jury?
Just means claiming something that you're not. So saying you're a blood when you're not a blood, and saying you're a crip when you're not a crip, or claiming multiple gangs that you're not a part of.
So how, on that side note, how do these small neighborhood local sets of young kids, how do they wind up becoming actually real sanctioned sets with the Bloods?
To become sanctioned, so there's a lot of neighborhood street gangs that identify as Bloods. They call themselves Bloods. They identify as Bloods in terms of they've adopted all the signs, symbols, ideologies, clothing, all these things that the Bloods buy on. And they might have bits and pieces of knowledge that they've gotten from, friends or whoever, or the internet. And they try to follow this stuff. At some point, if you get a big enough neighborhood street gang that's claiming blood, they will probably get approached by a national set. And it could be any one of the national blood sets will approach these neighborhood street gangs and tell them, it's almost like a cease and desist order. You either fold, and you come tap in with the Bloods and become official Bloods, or sanctioned blood, right? Fall under one of the national branches. Or your entire gang is going to be put on the plate. Your entire gang is going to be like that.
And if you could explain, is the term real right?
So real right is in reference to a sanctioned blood, a blood that's tapping in, a blood that's associated to one of the national branches that's doing all the right things as a blood. So if you're saying you're real right, that means you're a member of the Bloods, like the sanctioned Bloods, not a neighborhood street set.
And I think you've already described or defined lineup, but if you could just make sure that's clear, please.
Your lineup in a gang is your chain of chain of command. So who's your foot soldiers, then the first floor, second floor, all the way up to the top. That's your lineup. So if you're a member of, say, a specific G-Shine Gangster Killer Blood set, and they ask, and you're getting checked by another Blood because they don't believe you're a Blood, and they say, what's your lineup? You're going to tell them who you report to. You would know, okay, my big homie, the person that brought me in to the game, is so-and-so. His big homie is so-and-so. And the Godfather is so-and-so. And as long as you have the right answer, if the person quizzing you is a real Blood, he's going to know that you're not lying. And that's how you catch you alive. If you're faking it, you're not going to be able to answer those questions correctly. You're not going to know who the big homie is. You're not going to know who the boss is. You're not going to know anything because it's not publicly advertised for the world.
And so in terms of if someone asks, who do you walk with, what would be the appropriate answer?
What?
Yes.
State your set and who your homies, who your big homies are, basically. You'd have to identify who you report to.
When you say the term tapping in, I think you've used that a couple times. Could you define that?
Tapping in is what all the unsanctioned blood sets are told to do. If you want to become a real Blood and And by real blood, I don't mean unsanctioned sets are not real bloods. A gang is a gang. It doesn't matter what you call yourselves. Just because you're sanctioned doesn't mean you're not a gang. So if you're claiming to be a blood and you want to be a sanctioned blood, the first thing they tell you to do is you need to tap in, which is you need to start reaching out to people that are real right, people that are real bloods, sanctioned bloods, and start learning the knowledge, start gaining the knowledge, start getting these documents and learning the way to operate under the national guidelines.
You've mentioned knowledge. Is there another term that's used interchangeably with that word?
Englewood,
Like the city in California?
exactly.
Okay. You taught, one of the other things you said, you define what is set tripping.
Set tripping is something that's created by G-Shine. G-Shine and Gangster Killer Bloods. I might go back and forth. I'll probably just keep correcting it, or not correcting it, but mentioning it. But Gangster Killer Bloods created that term basically, and set tripping refers to a little history. So when the Gangster Killer Bloods were formed, they were formed as almost like an enforcement branch to straighten out all the bloods that weren't acting accordingly, following the rules. And you have to remember they were in prison. So the rules are a lot more strict in prison because there's nowhere to go. You break the rules here in South Florida, you can move to somewhere else and they might not find you. In prison, there's nowhere to go. You're in a cell block with 50 other bloods. You start breaking rules, everyone knows. So set tripping is not acting accordingly. So that means if there happens to be a fight on the courtyard where someone needs to get slashed or someone needs to get beat and you didn't do what you were supposed to as a member of this gang, you're set tripping. And then now G-Shine, or GKB, Gangster Killer Bloods, they will come and they will enforce upon you the violence that you should enforce on someone else. So there's a little controversy with G-Shine because a lot of blood sets don't like them because they're enforcers. It's like, like a lot of people don't like the cops because we write people tickets. They're the police of the G-Shine, of the blood world, right? They're enforcing rules. And
So, Detective Fuller, are you saying that they commit violence upon each other?
yeah.
And what do you have to support that?
There's, as I mentioned earlier, there's plenty of videos online of people that either false repping or not even people false repping. There's just videos of bloods that make mistakes and claim they are from one part of town when they weren't. And that was enough of a violation for them to get recorded live and live streamed getting beat or what they did. Everything doesn't arise to be put on a plate, everything doesn't arise to be killed. But you might have to take a violation.
So with regards to determining whether someone is or is not a gang member under Florida statute, are there criteria that you have to look for?
Yeah, so the Florida statute that governs or that defines what a gang is and what gang members and gang associates are is 874.03. And there's different subsections. First subsection defines what a gang is, which is there's a group, whether formal or informal, of 3 or more people who have common identifiers, hand signs, colors, things in common, right? And as part of their primary activities, they commit crime. That's what makes them a gang, not the fact that they wear the same colors. And then after that, there's criteria that defines how you can determine if someone is a member or an associate. And these are, some of the criteria are adopts a style of dress, admits to gang membership, identified as a gang member by a parent or guardian, identified as a gang member by a confidential informant that's been proven to be trustworthy and reliable, identified as a gang member by a informant that hasn't been proven trustworthy and reliable, associating with a gang member 1 or more times, associating with a gang member 4 or more times.
Okay, so let me
There's like
interrupt
13
you
of them.
first. Yes, A through K. Does that sound familiar? Okay. With regards to the involvement, does every gang member have to be involved in every single criminal activity?
No, like I said, they say get it how you live. So as long as you're bringing money in for the gang, then you're going to be in their good graces. So if your hustle is rapping and you're making money rapping, they're going to support you. They're going to bring you up and make sure that you're making more money and that you're doing what you're supposed to, and that you're supporting, in return, you're supporting the gang. And then you don't forget, you're not an individual, you're part of a collective.
So you mentioned kind of ranks. How do you get a promotion from one rank to the next?
Putting in work, so either completing what they call missions or just contributing to the game, showing your loyalty. Someone above you would have to decide that you're worthy of moving up. A lot of the early steps are as foot soldiers. If you're a foot soldier and your job is to go do home invasion robberies, if you're out there doing a whole lot of home invasion robberies and bringing a lot of profits back to the gang, or a lot of guns back to the gang, or a lot of drugs back to the gang, then you might get a promotion. If your job is rapping and you're doing good and you're making money and you're bringing in money to the gang, you're taking the gang to shows and you're supporting them, you're supporting the gang, not supporting yourself, supporting the collective, then you can start getting promotions.
Okay. Is every aim and goal of a criminal gang something related to crime?
No, a lot of these gangs, like I said, were initially racially formed for racial reasons, to defend, for the African Americans to defend themselves against Hispanics, or Hispanics to defend themselves against African Americans or white supremacists. So initially it started off as something racial to help bring up their own people, right? So the Hispanics created gangs to bring up the Hispanic culture. The African Americans did it to bring up Black culture and to help them get out of these areas and to support their neighborhoods and bring money back to their neighborhoods and make sure that there's success amongst not just the gang, but their culture. And that's the same for basically every gang, whether it's white supremacists, Hispanic gangs, Asian gangs, Black gangs. It's just, that's what gang culture is.
Is there things about prioritizing education for gang members?
Yeah, it's written into their bylaws. They don't want dummies, right? They want smart guys. If you're out there committing reckless acts and bringing bad attention to your gang, no one's going to want you. You might be out there committing robberies and doing stuff. That's your job. But if you're doing it recklessly because you're not a smart guy, they're probably tighten up on you and start telling you, you need to do this a different way. We need to teach you the right way to do this. Or you might just be a skilled rapper. You might be very good at sports, or you might be just a very smart person and you just do really well in school. So they want you to succeed in school so that you can maybe become an attorney or something that can help them out.
So with regards to D-Shine in particular, were you able to document 3 or more members of that criminal enterprise?
Yes.
Approximately how many were you able to document?
In reference to this case.
In reference to this case?
Oh, I think I stopped at like 17 or 18.
Specifically in this case, can you talk about how you became involved in this investigation?
I was asked to analyze the case and determine whether there was a gang nexus to it, whether Mr. Demons was a member of this gang, and if he was, to look into it further.
So in terms of the things that you were trying to look at under the statute, in terms of subsection A, admitting to criminal gang membership, Were you able to show that in document with regards to this defendant?
Yeah, so admitting to gang membership is not just admitting it to a police officer. If you admit to gang membership on a video, it's the same thing. You've admitted to being a member of that gang. So yeah, there's multiple videos of Mr. Demons claiming G-Shine or GKB as a gang that he belongs to.
What about adopting the style or dress of a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons was observed multiple times. Times I can count wearing the colors red, colors green, and like I stated, the foot soldiers are told to wear tan or brown. And Mr. Demons, there's a bunch of pictures of him wearing this tan trench coat that falls in line with the time where he would have been a foot soldier.
And so we'll come back to some of those pictures in a moment. So, what about adopting the use of a hand signs, which is identified as used by a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons knows all the gang signs, and he does them very well. He can do them very quickly, a lot faster than I can.
Can you explain what stacking is?
Stacking is a form of communication with gangs, within gangs. If you meet another blood, you might you might ask them who they roll with. They say, "Oh, I'm blood." Well, then they might just stack his set. So he'll say where he's from, right? So he'll claim he'll throw maybe a B for blood or a B for blood, and then follow up with each set's. Every set has their own specific hand signs that it might throw. So there's universal hand signs for the UBN, the United Blood Nation. Those are just standard signs that all bloods kind of are supposed to know. And then every set will have their own hand signs. And then apart from that, if you're part of a set that is part of a certain neighborhood, you might also add your neighborhood stacking to it. So if you live on 27th Street or something like that, 27th Ave, you might throw in your street, especially if you're in an area that's populated by a lot of different blood sets. That way they know where you're from.
What about in terms of associating with one or more known criminal gang members?
Yeah, so the way I was able to identify these other G-Shine members or blood members was through contacts that he had on his phone and photographs that he had on his phone, social media, stuff that was publicly posted, stuff that was posted that was privately inside his phone. Not sure.
In terms of what about if they've been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times? Were you able to document that in this case?
Yes, there's hundreds of pictures of him with other bloods.
What about if they are identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence?
Physical evidence would be the videos of Mr. Demons throwing up hand signs, the videos of Mr. Demons saying the G-Shine oath, their motto, all the social media posts, references he makes in songs about being a blood. That's all physical evidence.
Okay, so I want to
The
go.
Bible.
So we'll get to that in just a moment. So Detective Polo, are you taking into consideration that this could be a character or an act that's put on for social media?
No, I don't believe this is an act or a character. This is, as I stated, G-Shine is one of the more violent blood sets. They're the ones that are enforcing when other people are false repping, and that's what they're known for. So if a famous person were to false rep G-Shine, they would quickly get checked. That happened to those two kids. I don't know how old they are. Those two guys that were claiming sex money murder, the Island Boys. fun haircut. Yeah, the claim may be members of Sex Money Murder, which is a set up of bloods, and they quickly got checked by almost every blood that could find them on social media. They got brand, and they then had to recant and apologize.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever of any recanting or apologizing by Mr. Devins in the records that you reviewed?
There's no recanting, there's no apologizing, there's no one calling out Mr. Devins for being fake blood. There's all I could find is support for Mr. Devins for being blood by other bloods.
Okay, in terms of the specific communications that you went through, were those on cellular phone and email extraction? Or
Yes. Yes, it was on both.
Okay, I'm going to start. I'm going to make sure the defense has a chance to see what's in the triple U for identification purposes only. Detective Follow-up is labeled as state triple U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents?
It's the email chain forwarded to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com from one Jaquan Burton. Same subject that was identified through his cell phone on his text messages.
Objection, Your Honor, to the reference of between his cell phone.
Looking side by side. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Devins, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our witness, the names on the stand. Councilman Vogt, we're still on your direction today, so proceed as sustained without objection. Please repeat your question, please.
Yes, so Detective Follow, the item that is going to present to you is state triple U. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It is the email chain addressed to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
Is this the same email that is referenced in the 772-713-9807 phone extraction you reviewed?
Yes.
Is that the same or substantially same condition as when it was retrieved from Google via search warrant?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request that the state's triple U evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection on previously raised?
We object to it coming out of Toto and we request that any individual exchange be confirmation be lifted.
Objection to total, it'll be admitted.
It's triple U within Mark States number 68.
So Detective Fuller, when I go through this email and the attachments that are on it, one by one. The September 16th, 2018 sent date. You see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please say and read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the
Counsel, one second, please.
Thank you. Sorry to disturb.
No.
Correct, Chair.
trying to make it as big as possible as well. So the individual that is from on that, could you read that aloud for the
My computer just stopped. Jaquan Burton at burtonjaquan@gmail.com.
and who is it addressed to?
YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
And before we get into all of the attachments, in terms of how many times this email was forwarded, is that also reflected on this page?
Yes.
This third entry down, The Jaquan Burton again is the sender. Who is it going to?
The subject named Derek Dixon was identified as Gino,
Okay.
street name Gino.
And we'll come back to Gino in just a little bit. Continuing on. Were you able to identify all of the individual email addresses and associate them with a known person?
So, we went through some of them and were able to identify. Earlier on, there was a Jamell Mitchell. He's in a photograph with Mr. Demons. It was on the first page.
Okay. Is that the one here? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I got a copy. Was first page.
I'm sorry.
First page, the first one was sent to mitchelljamon@gmail.com.
Oh. So going through, continuing to this the first forwarded one on this particular email chain. Can you read the from email?
Bang Bang is the name, and then the email is bangbangascari@gmail.com.
Does the term Ascari mean anything particular or special in relation to the G-Shine blood?
Ascari is a step above the foot soldier in G-Shine. It's like their second rank above the foot soldier.
Okay. So continuing on, the information that we're here, and I'm sorry I have to make it a little bit smaller to fit on the page. Is this some of the history you were talking about?
Yes.
In terms of the individuals that are listed and the dates and things like that. For example, if you look here, the 199BIX. Can you explain or translate that?
1996. I took the S out for the B because Slav is a derogatory term towards blood, so they take out S's as well, put a B in it.
In terms of some of the individuals that are listed on the next line, Corey King, Shaquell, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe. Are those some of the individuals that you talked about that have posted on YouTube?
Yeah, OG, Corey King, he was the original Godfather head, and he was one of the founders. There's a video of him in Tampa last year, the year before, during the G-Shine National Gathering. He was president, showing live streaming for everyone, showing the big turnout. There weren't just G-Shine members, there was members from all blood sets, but it was a G-Shine event. OG Shaquell, he's the second one. He's a notorious G-Shine member, one of the original founders. He does a lot of videos online as well with Corey King, a lot separate, but some of the Corey King and some of these other names, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe, they're referenced.
My apologies.
They're referenced in these historical accounts from Corey King and Chappelle and some of the other blood leaders that aren't listed here because they're not members of G-Shine.
Okay. There's a word here, DAMU. What is that?
Damu, blood.
Is that something that you see throughout these records?
Yeah, the Damu, or they call themselves Olas, O-L-A. It's just a way for them to, it's like saying bro or dude. The Damu, you're saying you're blood, and then Ola, I'm blood. Any other blood would know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. At the last line, 3 districts, there's 3 godfathers.
Mhm.
Is that some of the hierarchy you were describing earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That was, yeah, that's how the original G-Shine set was divided. It was divided into 3 temples. We call them temples. And each one of those had their own separate hierarchy.
And to continue on to the top of the next page where you said temples are on there, that's over here?
Yeah, and it references the names of each individual set, so that's a common thing. Sometimes a lineup or a set will be named after the leader. Sometimes they just give a name. Like Nitrate Gangster Bloods had a set called the Hellraiser set. It's different sets, they just give them names. So here you see some of the names associated with the original 3. The most important one here is the 9.5 Killer Shine set.
And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so you can touch it and it will show what you're looking at.
Yeah, so 9.5 Killer Shine, that one stood out to me
Why so?
because in the messages located on the phone between
The 9807 phone number and
between the 9807 phone number and G-Shine numbers that were identified, Gino being Derek Dixon, Herc or Q-Shine being Jaquan Burton, and the person they listed as their godfather being a subject named Stretch, who was identified as Keith Stevens.
okay.
Yeah, Keith Stevens, name is Stretch, and Stretch has been documented as in multiple federal indictments as the leader of the 9.5 Killer Shine blood set.
Oh.
So that corroborated past investigations.
Okay. So when you were talking about like calls and responses, you mentioned that the information will have kind of the translation. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so right here, this is a way of asking who you fall under and the response you're supposed to give. Then you have, a code and NBA. So if they just go, if you find some ledgers or mail in the jail where they write NBA, they're not talking about basketball. They're talking about the National Blood Association. And then here you have what they gave as the name to the ranking system. So GF is the godfather, they call him the general manager. And this is what I said, and it changes from set to set, because there may be a set that won't call it the general manager, they'll call him whatever, it could call him anything. It's up to each set to do it, and it could change. It's not written in stone. The high is the next step under that, call him the head coach. This specific Bible. The low is 5-star general, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star generals.
Okay. In terms of, is there then laws that are set out for the purposes of G-Shine?
Yeah, so the original laws were written for the UBN. G-Shine adopted the same laws. Those are the original 30 laws. Blood in, blood out, get jumped in. Sometimes, like I said, there's exceptions to every rule. Sometimes you get blessed in. So voted in by committee, you're putting in work. That's another way of getting in. No snitching, that's an important rule. No punking out. No backing down from a fight, basically. No homosexuality is very common in the gang world.
Can you translate, you made a comment about being blessed in. Can you just explain that? Because I don't think you've defined that yet.
So blessed in is when you didn't really put in any work and someone within the organization is just vouching for you. And just saying, hey, this guy's gonna be one of us. They bring you in, you don't get jumped in, you don't have to put in, you didn't put any work in, you didn't do anything. They just brought you in, they brought you home. That's, terms that they would use. But the most commonly used term is blessed in.
Okay. I mean, some of them, like no blue wearing or yellow back.
I don't know, I have no idea.
So there are some things that even law enforcement has yet to decipher.
Yeah, there's certain, I said that I think earlier, that there's certain codes that just, don't make any sense to me. There's certain tattoos that don't make any sense. I just see them over and over and over again on bloods, and I know it means something to them. I just haven't figured out yet what it means, and sometimes they don't answer.
Number 11 that's indicated here, cross out all C's and replace with B's, K's, or X's. Did you see evidence of that in the phone belonging to the phone number 772-713-9807?
Yes.
Oh, was that in private communications?
Private communications and public posts that were posted from that phone.
Okay. And items number 16 and 17. Is that a common rule to basically don't admit anything?
This is what I was talking about, where the Bibles are held in secrecy, right? So that's why I send them through email, because typically you can't just find someone's email laying on the floor, right? That's not a thing. You can find documents laying on the floor that are search warrant, but to get an email, you would have to write a search warrant for Gmail or iCloud or whoever. So that's why they send out these Bibles a lot on the email form.
Okay.
Keep it secret.
The last one on this page, never take another person's side over your homie. What is a homie?
Homie is a member of your set, member of your blood set. So just because it wouldn't just be any blood, it would just be a blood within your organization, within your line, within your set.
Okay. Again, more of the logs 20 through 30. Okay. And number 27 on this list.
Black on black crimes unless someone violates your set, code, and colors. You gotta respect. That's like the biggest thing in the game is respect. With every game, respect is. If you don't have respect, that's one of those things that could get you killed. And that's been documented over and over and over again.
Okay. And the next thing, it says oath/red alert. What is that?
The oath, it's one of the, most games have that create an oath. This will be one of those things that you have to memorize verbatim, and when you're being quizzed, you're going to be asked to recite these things. This is one of the things you'll be asked to recite. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all these rules. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all your creed. They call it levels, so levels of knowledge. And if you assert that you're, let's say, at a certain level of knowledge, and you get tested up to that level of knowledge, and you fail, then you're going to get violated. Now, if you say you're at a certain level of knowledge, and they test you, and you get quizzed, and answer everything correct, then you're doing just fine.
Okay, so you had mentioned that there were other different sections and hoods. Are those some of the ones that you had previously mentioned? The 9 tray?
Yeah, so the original founders of the UBM, OG Mac and Leonard and McKenzie, they created all these, well, these gangs existed within the system, within the prison system. They just didn't have these names. Little by little, like it happened in California, where the neighborhood gangs started joining into the Bloods, they then changed their names for something that aligned with the Bloods. So these are the original sets. The dates, they're as accurate as I can tell based on not just interviews, but all the other documents that we've ever recovered have the dates are pretty pretty consistent. So that these are things that you'll almost never get it wrong unless you find a Bible from a jail, from a brand new member of the Bloods who's trying to learn, and he's just writing it down, trying to memorize this stuff, because the easiest way to memorize stuff is just keep writing it down, especially if you're sitting in jail.
In terms of this greeting and replies, are those some of the types of knowledge an individual could be quizzed on?
Yeah, you could, and you won't even know you're being quizzed on it. This is something that happened in one of our undercover cases. Our undercover was first time being a Blood, so he didn't answer some of these greetings correctly.
Okay, so going down to almost the bottom of the page where it says on there, rise and shine. What is the proper response if someone says rise and shine?
I shine, you shine, we shine, G shine. So very popular G shine saying.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be exact, right? So it could be like a variation of it. Like right there, I shine, you shine, right? It's not exactly like the other one.
Okay. And in terms of, it says these are meanings, not replies. So if someone says this, is this kind of more the dictionary part of it?
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like some of these dictionaries are just the answers, or the definitions to the word, to the codes is other codes. It's just, unless you have the person in front of you that wrote that, you probably won't be able to decipher it.
Okay. And this continues on in this with different
Codes.
And reviewing these codes, are they consistent with some of the other gang knowledge that's been recovered and that you have learned about?
Yeah. Except for obviously some of the codes are different because codes are updated periodically. For the most part, a lot of these have continued to be used.
Okay. And so there's some of the terms you've already defined, like set tripping. Is 1965 on that list. Is this something that they continue to evolve over the years?
The code?
Yes.
It could, if big indictments come down and a lot of people, a big indictment comes down, like the recently sex crime murder got indicted, and there's a lot of people got arrested on that indictment. We have an active investigation where we know they completely restructured everything. They're restructuring their Bibles, they're restructuring their chain of command, they're restructuring all the rules. So it's how they evolve.
And so
After law enforcement has gotten hip to whatever is already out.
And so on the bottom of this, it says G slang. What is that translated to?
Speaking codes.
And continuing on to the next page. Do you have all of these memorized?
No.
Okay.
Trust me, I've tried between this and the other games. All the other games have the same thing going on. A couple other pages of that, it's impossible.
No. So that's the end of the first email, the forwarded email.
I don't remember your first person. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I need a few minutes, we do not discuss the case, don't come in, they about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case, the president, certain no research, procedure, no pets on any chairs, we'll be back in the short video.
Well, on her, 3/15/2022. This was discussed in the second and third memos. There were third and fourth memos. It's not in there, but the third one is in there. You have that.
Council, yeah, you're, let the record reflect that you stepped out, Councilman Moore will finish, you're suggesting you don't have this record? Is that right? I heard, that's what I heard to say, now that you want time to look for it, so you need some time to see if you have it, if you don't.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're recessed.
Thanks, Judge. We'll see you about what you're gonna get so.
I need a specific.
Then, 17, sidebar, you indicated there was some issue, you didn't have the document, you found it or not, or what happened?
We're still checking.
Oh, you haven't resolved it.
We have not resolved.
Aaron, it was pursuant to a search warrant that was signed on March 14th of 2022 by the Honorable Barbara Duffy. The information was provided to the Defense Counsel as once the return came in from Google. It was sent on March 22nd, 2022. Provide the information to counsel, trying to pull up the email confirmation, and then provided them another copy of it as well.
You try to verify that.
Yeah, someone on the team.
All right, we're in recess. And this council, the assistant state attorney, jury's been adjourned. So council, came sidebar and there said there was a problem that you thought there was maybe a discovery violation and they didn't comply, sent it off to you discovery, but now you're looking at it and you have it. Is that right or wrong?
Well, we can't find it, but they did show us
They showed us a paper.
they showed us a document that says it was sent to us. I can't dispute it at this moment. We can't locate it, but
This time you're not alleging there's, do I need to do a Richardson
No.
here? Are you alleging there's a discovery violation?
no, I can't in good faith say that based upon this receipt. So,
We don't have that email. I searched all three of my emails. There's one email that they had 11 emails regarding text messages from the definition dealing with disease. That is not in the email. It's not in the email for 127. It says it's email to me. Email. There was also email to me.
and it was also supposedly emailed.
Yes.
I can't, based upon this receipt, I can't.
We have a receipt, but no attachment.
We have, they provided a receipt coming out of the office of the state attorney.
Suggestion for the deposition, she was questioned about this specific document.
I didn't do it.
So my suggestion is that she's not going to finish, or she, at this rate, finish her direct today. So we'll study this over the weekend.
At this time, you're not alleging there's any discovery violation. I don't need to.
No,
Mr.
sir.
Richardson here. Is that correct?
At this moment, no. I can't.
So we're going to proceed with the testimony. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes.
Yes. Everybody agrees?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I bring the jury in now?
Yes, sir.
Have a nice evening.
I couldn't resist. I couldn't. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm afraid it'll make me again.
Forget something. Forget them early, please.
Yeah.
Jerry entering?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, the names on the stand. Counsel, I think you want to continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Yes, and continue publishing of State 68. So we've gone through the initial email, so now I want to go through each of the attachments. Are these, Detective Fuller, are these additional items of which an individual would be expected to memorize?
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about being promotions, is that also discussed in this particular 15 raised document?
Your Honor, I object to the manner in which this question is being done. This is leading.
Rephrase your question, counsel.
Detective, you talked about how people are promoted through the ranks.
Yes.
Is that reflected in this document?
In this one page?
Yes.
No, it's just like the principles of the game.
Oh,
Specific things that meanings they gave to symbols that they have within the organization. So like the 5-point star, they gave meaning to each point of that star. The pyramid, what the pyramid means. The crown, the 5-point crown.
okay. Moving on to the titled 23 rules. Was that this is, so it's clear for the record, the second attachment on this email?
Yes. These are all rules you'd be expected to abide by.
Number 12, communicate with someone on the lineup. Is that the term you defined earlier?
Tapping, yeah. You need to make sure to report to your up your chain.
Okay. Moving on to the third attachment, what is this one called?
5 ways of hanging up. This is how acts and ways that you can move up within the ranks, ways that you're expected to participate and do things for your organization, for the gang.
Okay. In terms of going down to the bold names, so if you could read them out loud so it's clear for the record which particular document we're looking at.
Number 1, physically. Physically, you want me to read each other?
No, just the bold on that one. Number 2.
Mentally,
Number 3.
spiritually,
Number 4.
economically,
And number 5.
socially.
Moving on to the next, the meaning of G-Shine. You had mentioned that sometimes there are specific colors that individuals are told to wear. Is that reflected in this document here that was found in the YNW Melly booking email?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What does this say about the uniform or fashion statements?
It gives directions on the colors of the organization, what they mean, and as with other signs and symbols that they have, like the 5-point star, they gave each point of the star a specific meaning. They do the same thing with the colors. They'll come up with initialisms of what each letter of that color means and why it means something to you.
Okay. In terms of the colors that were identified in this G-Shine document, what were they?
The colors I already mentioned, red, green, brown, black. Or I mentioned black, red, green, and brown.
Okay. Next page here, what is it titled?
Meaning of G-Shine Ascari.
And then it says in here you've been, what does DMV mean? The Department of Motor Vehicles?
No. It would be like the castle. I'm not sure exactly what that acronym is, but when you move up in the ranks, you would be reassessed by your higher ups, by your council.
Okay. Is there a specific uniform that you talked about that was previously that's mentioned in this document?
Yeah,
Objection leading.
Is overruled.
wearing brown and with a white t-shirt underneath, untucked. Says it in there to signify that you're always ready for battle.
In terms of
Green.
the email address that we had looked at previously, the one, the Bang Bang Ascari, is that consistent with what was said to be done in this last paragraph?
Yes. That's typical with the gang name in general. All members will just put the gang name at the end of their moniker, their Instagram handle, Facebook handle, whatever it is.
Okay. Going on to the next document in this, what is this titled?
The oath, that's one of the oaths you have to memorize.
Okay.
United Blood Nation oath.
And now, this photo here, what is this illustrating? Make it a little bit bigger, I know it.
This is when they restructured. They were talking about the grass has been cut low and the snake's heads have popped up. So when they restructured, it was for, like I said, when there's indictments, stuff like that, and they need to restructure and change the rules up so that way they can weed out people that they might think are cooperating with law enforcement or just people who aren't being true to the organization. So this is talking about that basically.
There's a line that says it talks about a memo. Is that something you've seen in your training and experience, that there are memos that are issued to update policy?
Yeah, anytime it's like a directive. Anytime things are going to change within the organization, they usually will close the books. So no new members. They'll freeze everything. No movement, and they'll reassess what they have to do within the organization so that they can continue to reorganize and move forward.
Okay. In terms of, you said the books, what are the books?
To turn to mean literally the books, like the ledgers where they would write members' names. So when the books are closed, you're not going to put new members into the books. Most well-organized gangs will have a national ledger where all the sets will be outlined with all the members and what ranks they currently hold.
And in terms of this last email here, an image, that's the close-up, or I'm sorry, the last image was a close-up of this email header. Who was this email sent to?
Isaiah Aberhart, he was identified as subject named Goon on the phone. I forgot the phone number.
772-713-9807, that phone?
That phone.
Okay. And who was it sent to?
YNW Melly booking at Gmail.
So you mentioned a lot of the items in the phone that you reviewed.
Yes.
I'm going to start out with what's been labeled as states triple V for identification purposes. Going to defense. Detective, do you recognize what's been labeled as states triple V?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the extraction report from the cell phone ending in 9807 of messages between that phone number and the contact date as GF stretched with the C crossed out using an X instead of a C.
And does this fairly accurately depict the conversation that is on that cell phone?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state triple V in and publish to the jury.
Send objection.
Objections overruled. It'll be admitted.
States triple B will be marked state 69.
Okay, detective, on this particular phone and this messages, there's the term rise up and beloved. Is that something based on your training and experience you can offer an opinion on?
Yeah, it's mentioned throughout multiple G-Shine Bibles, the term rise up. Beloved is just a term of endearment that they're using between each other. On its own doesn't really mean anything, but knowing that these guys are members of G-Shine, it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Here's your question.
So in terms of the term HURK, H-U-R-K, on this particular message, is that something you've seen before?
Yes.
And what does HURK mean?
Herc is a term used by members of G-Shine to refer to each other. It's like calling each other bro or dude, same thing. Members of G-Shine call each other Herc. That's one of the terms they use.
And on the December 1st, 2018, this particular message, is there another term that would indicate G-Shine affiliation?
The rank designation SCARI. He's addressing the person receiving that message as an SCARI.
Okay.
He's not just saying the word SCARI.
Understood. In terms of the last message here that looks like December 29th of 2018, you could read that one aloud, please, and I can make it bigger.
You have many other hoods that have productive aspects in motion, and it's time for us to put a form of some businesses into existence so we can grow as a family. We're already established financially, so we want to combine with you in the form of growth and development and endure prosperous ventures as a collective.
Going on to January 27th of 2019. Is it the same use of the term 11?
Yes.
Then it says line up some venues. Detective Fuller, I want to ask you, if someone is a member in any sort of music group,
Yes.
why would they be talking about venues with someone who is identified as a godfather?
Because they would need to get,
Sustained.
So, Detective Fuller, I want to back up and go into your training and education and experience on areas of control by specific areas under the blood gang hierarchy. And you mentioned that there are different sets in different areas of the country.
correct.
In terms of the various neighborhoods and various businesses within that neighborhood, do you have training and experience as to how access to those businesses are controlled?
So if you're in a neighborhood that is predominantly controlled by a specific gang, whether it be the Bloods, the Crips, whoever, and you are trying to go to that neighborhood, you need to have almost like an approval to be there. If not, you might, if you're in the wrong neighborhood, you might get approached, and the repercussions could be different for every person, but the point is you'll probably get confronted.
So I want to move on to some of the other messages that you've gone through with landmark as a triple W and previously provided to defense counsel. I'm showing you states triple W. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review this document?
Yes.
Does that document accurately depict 5 different chat conversations between the individual using the 9807 phone number and some of the individuals you talked about previously? Gino, Herc, Jaquan Burton, etc.
Objection.
Suggestion.
That this witness is not in a position to attest to whether that accurately reflects conversations between two people that he was not a part of.
Sustained.
Does that accurately reflect conversations that were captured on the 9807 cell phone extraction?
Yes.
In terms of, is there any additions or deletions from the cell phone extraction?
I don't believe so. I didn't see any in red. Usually when they're deleted.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the conversations on the 9807 cell phone?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state would request to make states triple W in and publish to the jury.
I object, Your Honor. Improper foundation, insufficient foundation.
Objection overruled. Will be admitted.
No. States triple W.
States triple W or states 70.
So, Detective, I'm going to go through and start with some of the pictures that are in this exhibit. Okay.
Reference the pages as you go if you don't.
Okay. So starting and going on, which is labeled as page 6, and this is a conversation that starts out with an individual named Foley and the 9807 cell phone number. Are there pictures that are sent back and forth between these individuals?
Yes.
So, and with Your Honor's permission, I'm going to switch over so I can pull up the pictures in the visual version.
For the record's clear, counsel, what's the exhibit number?
This is still the same exhibit, this is just the digital copy so that we can access the photos.
So exhibit 702.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in terms of the images that were sent, were you made familiar with Jamell Demons?
Yes.
Can you point him out in this particular photograph? I'm sorry, it's no longer a touch screen on that, I'm deleting, because it's now on this, in
Subject of wearing shoes, jumping.
the center of the frame?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. May the record reflect that the state pointed to it, he identified the person to whom the state.
So let's go to a different one. Do you see the defendant Jamell Demons in this photo?
Can I stand over one?
Yes.
Thank you.
In terms of the hand gestures or signals that he is making, is that anything that you can comment on with your expertise?
East side sign, east side button. That's a old blood sign.
You have to speak up.
I'm sorry, sir. Well, fine.
And so you first said the east side one, is that being done with his left hand or right hand?
I don't know if the pictures. East side is being pointed forward,
Okay.
and then the other hand is kind of crooked, so I can't tell if he's doing another east side or if he's doing this, which is the left hand sign.
Those are both from page 6 of State 70. Going now to page 14. You indicated that some of the emails were identified as a specific individual. Who was that?
Derek Dixon in the emails was identified as Gino, and Gino, this phone number was identified as Derek Dixon. Person.
In terms of the messages here on page 14 of State 70, the first message on September 16th of 2018, what does that say?
I'm sorry, say that again, Pucci?
The first
This
one?
one? Oh,
Sorry.
Gino locked me into love, and then took out the C and put an X.
Okay. Then the next message, the response from the 9807 phone number. What is that?
050 is blood code. He, later on in this text thread, he explains it.
Okay. Down to the next one from the number that's identified as Gino.
Mhm.
And what message does that say?
Me and the Godfather, the GF, talked about you till we come into your show in Orlando.
Okay. Moving on to page 15. In this second message here on page 15, what are we looking at? The 050 means on point. Could you translate that, please?
Gino's, the subject saved as Gino is explaining what the code means, so that the recipient doesn't mess up when the Godfather questions him. It says it down below. Just if you think the Godfather might hit you with, I'm making sure you're on point. So it's saying 050 means on point, DL means I got you, and he proceeds to give other definitions. SL means greetings and responses are rise and shine, I shine, you shine, rise up and pop, and shine right, I shine, climb and gold. So these are all things that were written in that original document we went over.
And that original document, in terms of the date on that, do you recall? For that date?
September 16th, 2018.
September 16th. Oh. So in some of the responses from the 9807, again, that term her.
Again, it's just a term used between members of G-Shine. It's just responding, just using G-Shine terms.
Okay. Continuing on through the month of September on page 16. And in terms of the message here from the 9807. So we can see, what does it say there?
Just checking in. The C is taken out and the B is put in its place.
And can you explain what, or translate the September 21st, 2018, 11:26 p.m. message from Gino?
Just asking if he's all right. Everything's good. Response, everything's good. Hope I hope.
Can you explain what is a square?
It's reference to
Page 19.
a square is a narcotic slang for typically a kilogram of any type of narcotics, cocaine, heroin, whatever.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
404B, 403.
What's that?
So Detective Polo, in terms of your training and experience in narcotics and gang investigation, what is a square?
Square is in reference to a kilogram of any type of narcotic that is sold in kilograms because it's shaped like a square.
Okay. So I want to talk now on page 21. On September 23rd, 2018, 6:25 p.m. Can you read those two text messages and then help to assist in the understanding of what they mean?
Page, sorry.
21.
So the guy hit is who he moves through on that. He got the Skittles. The next one too.
Yes, please.
Bro with that square, want to know what you want for a hook and a verse.
Okay. And can you explain what the Skittles in that message?
So that language has evolved the Skittles because right now Skittles are something completely different. Back then it was talking about ecstasy pills, MDMA pills, because after the ecstasy.
In terms of looking in context, the message before that on September 23rd, 2018, 6:23 p.m. with what is a Z?
A Z is short for a zip. A zip is slang for an ounce. Call it that because you put it in a Ziploc bag.
Okay. So going on to page 22, there's a different phone number that's listed on there. Tell him to call.
Right.
And what phone number is listed there?
954-376-9158.
Okay. The next message, if you could read that one on September 23rd, 2018, 9:58 p.m.
He got it. Yeah, I heard his name, image. He's very important. He's going to give you some, baby. He's over the whole South Carolina.
When you talked about earlier about areas of influence, is that what you meant?
Yeah, so especially with the lineups that cross state boundaries, you would need to know where your higher ups are reporting from. Because if you say I report to Stretch, they're going to say who's Stretch, especially if they're not part of your lineup. If you say I report to Stretch out of South Carolina, then they can double check you and reach out to their context, South Carolina, make sure that Stretch is a real person.
Okay. Continuing on to September 25th, 2018, another message from on page 23 for Defense Counsel.
Thank you.
Is this again referring to the same image name from the previous?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the baby is?
Only the brick,
Okay.
small like baby.
And the response?
Haven't heard from him 20.
So then moving on further down that page on 10:08 p.m., what does Gino ask?
The number identified as United States. DL, did you get your date for the Savannah State Show?
And the DL, what does that mean?
Did you get,
I'm
sorry?
The DL, does that have a specific connotation or meaning?
Yeah, it does. I'm drawing a blank right now, sorry.
That's okay. It's been a long day. We'll come back to it. So with regards to the next line on that, what does that one read?
Yo, the GF Godfather gonna call you, take out the C, call you today, make sure you UAV, you're on point.
And the response was?
Everything's good. All
So I want to go then again to the digital version to reference this picture here. So Gino sends, the number identified as Gino ending in 4281, sends an image. And this is on page 24 for council. In terms of this message and the thing, can you translate as to what it's talking about?
It's a picture of another phone, taken with a phone, contact name tall, person holding the phone writes, did you ever skyline with him? So did you ever connect with him, talk to him? He's dying to talk to you. Melly, that is. And then he says he's going to have to hit him up today.
That's why I didn't hear that.
He's going to have to hit him up today.
So then continuing on to the DL. line, that what,
Tell him they'll be expecting him.
okay, and then the next response,
Want you to groom him, show them the meaning of the chain of command, safety and security, show dudes something different.
and the response,
I got you. I just know that by him talking to you,
Object to the hearsay. This is an image of a conversation between two other people.
Why don't you come for a second? Advising you that this is a conversation between two parties. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted in the conversation. It's being offered to show the effect on the listener. All right? That's the purpose of it. So we're going to pick it up in a minute. Right now, I need to take a short restroom break, so we're going to be in recess. We're not discussing the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Thank you. Let the record reflect the attorney stepped out. The house will remain while with the tenant. Can we get a restroom break from Mr. Evans?
You got a couple more.
We talk about scheduling. Off the record, we don't need to jump right.
Judge wants to discuss that.
Oh, I'm sorry.